Hello, good morning to you all.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Okay, so are you able to listen my voice? Is it okay from your side?
Yeah, yes,
Yes, sir,
Clear.
it's okay.
Yes, okay, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
yes, sir.
Okay, sir.
So let me introduce very shortly about me. Myself, Dr. Anand Kumar. So specialized in management and marketing. So our today classes is as to be take principles of management, right? So when I'm talk about the management, BBA and BCom, you all are belongs to UG degree. So very important, very primary subject which is concerned as a principles of management. If you take any organization, right? So English is okay, or you want to use bilateral, which is okay for your convenience that I can be translated.
It is okay, sir.
Hello,
Yes,
sorry.
it is okay, sir. It is okay, sir.
Everything. Okay. So, take about the principles of management. Principles of management அப்படின்னு எடுத்துக்கினீங்கனாலே, right? So, ரொம்ப ஒரு முக்கியமான பாட்டு both the UG degree of BCom BBA. Come to the point. Why it's very important அப்படின்னும் போது நம்ம எல்லாமே it's completely
Sir,
concerned about hello what happened.
I would request you to please be in English because I don't know the language. I'm so sorry.
Okay, I can take that. Okay, thank you. So the point has to be said, very important for the BBA and BCom because we are all belongs to organization related. When I'm talking about organizational related, there is an administration, there is the management activities, there is the marketing strategies, everything which is very important part. So our first subject of BBA and BCom is principles of management. So far that uh, as a researcher, as the experts who has given the first semester itself of our principles of management. Okay, come to the point. So, 1 minute. So, very first, what you understand about management? Management, which is concerned as we have to plan and organize with what we have the resources. So when I'm go
Excuse
for
me,
yeah,
can I ask you a doubt? Is this a first year class or second year class?
this is the first year, I think so. I'm not sure about that. So what about others? It's a first subject, first year, right?
First year, sir. First year, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, sir. First year, sir.
This is the BBA first year
Yes,
class,
I
right?
am BCom second year student. Is this a PCP class for second year? I got this link through mail.
What about the others? You please comment whether it's a first year or second year because one of the second year students who are be here.
First year.
Uh, First year, sir.
Okay. Okay, come to the point, right?
Sir,
About
first year, sir.
yes. So about management, so we have to plan, we have to organize. So what we have the resources. So that is what. So when I'm the leader, I'm given the best management tactics in my organizations. What I have the resources, that the resources that I can be used the maximum output in my organization. That we concerned as what uh, management. 1 minute, 1 minute. I just right? What I given the statement here, just see. So management is the process of planning and organizing the resources and activities of businesses to achieve a specific goals in the most effective and efficient manner possible. So what I said has to be, because we have to plan and organize in a proper manner to achieve our goal with the minimum cost, with the maximum output. That is what management. Efficiency in management refers to the com- completion of tasks correctly and at minimum cost, right? Effectiveness in management related to the completion of tasks within a specific timelines to aid tangible results. Whatever I said, because we have given the maximum output, right? So with the minimum cost, that is what we say about the management. Next, so I have the different points which is concerned about the different others' opinion about the management. So take any one of the uh, definitions. So the definitions which is related, the first one, Harlan Kuhns, right? So he given management is the process of designing and maintaining an environment in which individuals working together in groups efficiently accomplish selected aims. Come to the point. So here, the management has very clearly to say we have to take a process with the very good designing and maintaining of our organizational environment. So with the help of individuals working together, when I'm go for organizations, we all different kind of the peoples who are together to achieving of organizational goals with the selected aims. That is what we say about management, right? My dear students, do you have any doubt? Just uh, given of your reward questions, definitely I can be given on that spot itself, right? Because I can be push it even 1 hour itself, I have to be completed, because they are allocated only 5 hours. That 5 days or 5 hours, I think so, yeah, 5 hours, we have to complete the entire 8 units. So little push or fast. So if you want have any doubt, please ask me in that time itself. So no need to take more time, and the end of the time nothing there, right? So take about the FW Tyler, what he said. Management is the heart of knowing what you want to do, and then seeing that they do it in the best and the cheapest manner. So whatever actions, whatever given of the working status or working process, everything which as giving the best output with the cheapest using of resources, that is what he concerned, right? So that has been given by FW Tyler. So come to the point. So take first 5 points about the importance of. Okay, take first 5 points or 6 points from the importance of management. So attainment. So when I'm talk about the what are the various importance of management, the first point is attainment of group goals. So organizations, what they are, the grouping of the people, they all work together, not individually to work in an organization. The people, different kind of the peoples who are together, all the peoples have the targeted to achieve an organizational goal. That is, we say, when I'm talk about the management, it's a very important what all the peoples have to be achieving of organizational goal, that organizational goal which is concerned as group goals, right? The second point, effectiveness functioning of business. So whatever the actions, that actions or the process or progress, whatever the thing, that the thing which is very very effective functioning. Effective function means what I'm working in my organization, I have effectively to work, right? So effectively, then only I given the good output or the excellent output. When I'm showing of my efficiency and effectiveness, that as concerned about the best output of my organizational goal. So far, what I'm trying to say here, the management strategies are very important of management, which is concerned what we have effectively to functioning of businesses. Okay, the third point, resource development. What do you think about resource? Resource, which means take about manpower, take about financial resources. take about any material resources, whatever it may be, right? So that all the resources we have a proper development, proper effective utilizations. How can I say, if I have the money that I'm investing of my organization, to my organizations of my amount or the money, so I have effectively to use, I'm very properly to target it, and properly to allocate of my budget, right? Where I given this allocation is okay, this allocation is not okay, we have to select this missionary. So whatever I invested, that investment should be very very proper direction. So that is what the management which is concerned, we have used the resources with the proper manner. Resources, what I said, men, money, material, machinery, whatever it may be, right? Then integrate individual efforts. Integrates individual efforts. That means what? So management. When I go for organization is not only one department. Organization is not alone to work. They have the different kind of the process, different kind of the peoples, different kind of the departments are there. If example, financial department, then production department, then R&D research department, then quality department, then financial marketing, human resources, so many departments. Management is always encourages to integrate all the individuals efforts. So we are not only targeted to improving or encouraging the marketing department, even all the departments are very evenly to encourage, then only all kind of the efforts which is comes in a better outputs. So that's why integrates in a proper manner. Management is always be integrated each and every individual, not only a department or specific department itself. Then come about motivation. Motivation, which means what? So every organizations, the people who are properly to motivated, then only the organizations who have given the best output. If there is no any motivation, definitely the organization which is not taking as a success because of no motivation. Then the people who won't like to work, the people who are not ready to work, the people who are not willingly to given the additional output. So these are the things which is there. So the organization is always supporting the motivation, maybe financially or non-financially, whatever concern. Then a communication, which means what? Communication between the people, communication between the organization, communication between the departments. So for example, I given, if there is no any proper uh, updations from the marketing department, so how the people are producing the goods, what kind of the stocks we have to be maintained, because marketing departments are properly given the feedbacks for the level of demands in the marketplace, then only we are given the proper productions, whether it's a little pushing of high level of productions or pushing down of level of production which is concerned. Any doubt about these 6 points? Hello, shall I move to the next?
No, sir.
No, sir. No, sir.
Come to the nature of management. So more or less importance, nature, everything which is comes uniquely. The management is universal. Universal, which means what? So it has to be applied everywhere, not only the organizations. The management which is applied in educational institutions. The management should be applied to for hospital. The management should be applied the hotel industries. The management should be applied the production places. So even services places. See, all kind of the industries, all kind of the places, the management practice which is applied. Even in our home, the management should be applied, right? So take our mother, right? Our mother will take a proper management strategy in our home, because only for her, she will given the best management or ideas regarding the maintenance of finance, the maintenance of allocation of amount, the given of expenses, spending of expenses, whatever the money which is comes and goes, everything should be properly managed by the mother. That is also concerned as a management. So management is a universal where it should be applied in all the places. Then management is purposeful. What do you think about purposeful? There is some purpose which means we have a goal. Based on the goal, the people who have to be action it, right? So we are not blindly to go and do something. We need some objectives. If you want to go for cinema, you are selecting which cinema is okay, which is more applicable, which is more convenient, which is more financially it's affordable. Everything we are thinking process. Even you want to entertain through any way, kind of the way like a cinema, you're making a lot of questions, right? So like when I'm go for doing of any work, we have some objectives. If I'm doing of organizations, I'm working in an organization, I have to do something means there is an objectives. In that objectives only every actions which is go turn, right? Then integrative forces. What does mean by integrative forces? Integrative, we have very clearly to know when we have to be complete of this, when we are going to be finish all those things, right? So this all the things which is very clearly to understandable, right? Integrity, which means what? So that management marketing team which have some planning actions, in that planning actions only which is more integrated to other department like human resources and the production, right? The production department, how they are progress of their production area, how they are going to be take to producing of goods and services. So everything are integrative forces between the department itself. So come to that next one, social process. So generally, how you concern the management is a social process, because social which means what? Social which means a community. Social which means a people. Social which means a society. This all are which is concerned as a social. So how I am related, the management is a social process, because I'm doing of any work with the manpower. I'm doing of any kind of organizations which is assembled with the many of the peoples, which I bringing the people from the society. I'm bringing to work from the society. I'm bringing to work to achieving of organizations goals that based on the people. So everything which is belongs a social process, right? The next one is management is a multidisciplinary. What do you think about multidisciplinary? Which is applicable to all the places. What I given very earlier, the importance of management, that is the same points which is comes related here. So how can I say multidisciplinary? Even if you go for the educational institutions, it's considered as what? Applicable for management. So even if you go for any research area, hotel industries, or even any management strategies, or even if you go for anywhere, all the places that management should be applied. So that is what we concern, right? Any doubt? It's a continuous process. That's the point. So management should not be stopped in all the times, should not be stopped in a particular area. So it's concerned if I'm achieving a organizational goal, so the entire management has to be not completed, right? Then I move to the next objectives. Then I move to the, so organization is also a continuous process. So management is also be a concerned as a continuous process. How can I say? Because every day we are going to work. Every day we are not taking to 1 week or 1 month itself we complete of all the work. If you complete one work, so we are moving to the next work to start and complete it. Next work to start and complete it. So far the management is always concerned as a continuous process. Anything? Any doubt?
No,
Shall I
sir.
move to the next? Fast, fast, fast. Oh, even half an hour is over. Okay. Shall I move to the next? Okay. Okay. So, very, very important question. Planning, organizing, functions of management. Planning, organizing, staffing, directing, and controlling. This is a very, very important question. So, when I'm take of planning or functions of management, planning is a foremost function. It's a first function. So, whatever we are working without plan, we can't able to work, or we are not taking to the next stages. What kind of an actions, everything which is based on the planning, right? So without planning, no, nothing. So initially, very initially, we start with the planning. What do you think about planning? Planning, which means what? Predetermined course of an actions. We are pre-prediction. We are predetermining what we are going to be do in our next way, next work. What we are going to be go to work, what to do, when to do, how to do, where to do. Everything which is comes under planning. Organizing. What do you think about organizing? 1 minute, I just admitted. Yeah, organizing the people. So we are collecting the different people, giving a proper responsibility, authority, and work together. That is what organizing. Organizing, which means organizing the people, are bringing together all the peoples to given this is your work, this is your work, this has to be a responsibility, this has to be your responsibility. Like I very clearly to given and properly to initiated all kind of the works regarding organizing. Staffing, which means what? Staff means what? The people. I can be bringing to staff means recruiting the people. That's all. So staffing, which means recruiting the people for the right time to the right job. That is what staffing. Directing. Directing, which means what? Direction. Direction means what? So what I am the person who may directed to all the concern. So direction, which means what? You all the peoples. I given the direction. This is important question. This is not important question. Like I can be directed to all the peoples. Like in organizations, there is some directions. Direction, which means the people who are properly to lead the organizational goal given of whatever the feedbacks, everything which is very related that. Controlling, which means what? Control all the people. Control, which means control, which means not uh, control all the people. It's not like that. Control, which means I am the person who have to control whatever the organizational goals. Suppose so it is what I said. So there is a standard objectives or standard form and the actual performance. So see, so I'm the person who given my executive peoples. So today you have to be sell 100 units. 100 units. This is what I given the objectives to my executives. So that is what my standard performance, which means the organizations who given the proper direction, this is what your standard performance you have to be achieved in that direction. If you go for athletic, just run 50 meters, 100 meters, that is the end point. This is what your standard performance you have to be go at the end with this particular minutes itself, like standard performance. Actual performance, which means what you actually done, what my executives has actually done. That is what. So here controlling, which means where the people who have analyzes what the deviations between the control standard performance and the actual performance, that be considered as a controlling. Any doubt? Shall I move?
No, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Come to very shortly to concern about administration and management. Very shortly to say, what do you think about administration, where the higher people who are administrator, maybe CEO, maybe general manager or general management peoples or high management peoples who have concerned about administration management in all level we are applicable, right? So that is what administration is the higher level function, management is a lower level function, right? So it is concerned with laying down the policies and goals of an organization. See, here administration, right? 1 minute, 1 minute. Okay. Administration, they are creating the policies or what I said, all this is what creating the policies, creating the budget, whatever the thing. But the management or concerned as the execution level, what the directions which is received by the person who are given to executor. This is what we concerned about what policies created, goals created, objectives created by the administrator, because the top level peoples or directors or the general managers or GM or CEO, whoever concerned, they are created the policies. But here management which is concerned about the people who have execution, what I taking of directions I just executed to my subordinate. The third point, which is it refers to the owners of the organization. Administration is always concerned the owner of an organization, because the top people who are creating of organizational objectives, creating of budget, whatever investing of money, that all which is concerned about administration. But management, it refers an employees, right? Very shortly. Okay, shall I move? Little understandable, I think so. Shall I move? Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
My dear student, please understand this is very short time. We have to finish all the concept. That's why I'm little pushing. Don't mistake me. Everything is okay. I think so. Even if I am taking
Okay, sir.
all the
It's okay.
okay, even I can take all the points, but I can miss all the concept, whatever the next level, right? So far, okay. You understand the concept. Okay, come to the point. Functional areas of management. See, functional areas of money, what are the functions which is majorly in management in organization? Production, marketing, financial, personal, sorry. See, production, marketing, financial, and personal. Come to the point. So these are the very major in management in organizations. What kind of the production? Generally, you know what producing production, which is producing the services in that particular area, right? Production, it means concerned as we are there is some missionaries, the people are producing the goods and services in that production. So how we are reducing the wastages, how we have given the maximum output, all the things which is happen in production area. Come to the point. The next one is marketing management. The thing is, marketing management, the main role is they are understandable, they are well known about what the people who may think about my product think. uh, Colgate toothpaste. So what the consumers has to be think about Colgate toothpaste. So maybe positive thoughts or negative thoughts. So the marketer who have to be understandable. So these are the demands are in the marketplaces. Based on that, the production has to be pushed up or down. So that is what marketing management. When I'm talking about marketing management, they are very clearly to take a proper advertisement, even one to one or the mass communication, whatever it may be, that all the process which is happening in marketing management, right? Then financial management, the financial, 1 minute, 1 minute. Okay, so then financial management. So what function which is happen in financial management? So budget, all the financial accounting systems which is happened there. So where we have to be allocated the budget, which is okay, which is not okay, what kind of the queuing theory which is made in the financial management, all the accounting systems which is happen in financial management. Personal which means what? HR, people, right? Personal which means a people, the people which means what kind of the recruitment, what kind of the motivation, all those things which is there in personal management. Management, other name call it as an human resource management, where the peoples who make a proper working system in organization which is very take care of personal management. Any doubt? Shall I?
No, sir.
Next. Okay. Okay. 1 minute.
Yes, sir.
Okay. See, then come to the point about the evolution of management thoughts, right? Evolution of management thoughts, which means, so here, according to our syllabus, three contributions. So many authors who are given the different opinions, but very majorly in our syllabus, which is covered contribution of F.W. Tyler, Henry Fayol, Elton Mayo. So these three peoples who are majorly to come in our syllabus area. So come first, we have to understand what is meant by F.W. Tyler, right? So what he contributed, he is a father of scientific management. The full name is Frederick Winslow Tyler. So between the year of 1856 to 1915, this is what the short note of F.W. Tyler. He is a father of scientific management. So let me know what is meant by what he has to be contributor. Very initially, F.W. Tyler philosophy focused on the belief that making people work as they could was not efficient as optimizing the way the work was done. Okay, come to the point. So very initially is a basically is a mechanical engineer, which is belongs to American relator of industries. F.W. Tyler is always believe the efficient movement or efficient work, which is always be appreciated, right? So come to the point. So so two things are very majorly to talk about scientific management. Scientific management, which is concerned what? So, F.W. Tyler, right? So replacing a rule of thumb of with science, right? Harmony in group actions, right? Then cooperation of human beings working for maximum output development of workers, right? So these 5 points are the principles of scientific management, right? So come to the point, replacing rule of thumb with science, right? So the F.W. Tyler are very confidently he want to be all the employees to replace, because replace what regarding the rule of thumb. Rule of thumb means uh, the knowledge towards the particular working systems, which how some of them still not know about the working system. So I have only know about this work, I don't have know about this work, we can't say like that. So we have to know whatever the work in organizations are. So that has to be properly replaces by F.W. Taylor's contributions. So you want suggested all the employees should know everything in whatever the organizing systems. You want to know all the knowledge. You want uh, 1 minute, 1 minute. Okay, you want to know everything, right? The employee should understandable all kind of the works that he has to be replacing whatever the rule of thumb. The second one is harmony in group actions. So the people who are working together, all the peoples who are worker, the team should be appreciated. The team should be given of team spirit. The people who are together, the people who have maintaining the good relation. That is what the second point. The third point, cooperation of human beings. Cooperation, which means what? The department wise, all the department. If one department will not be properly coordinated with the other, it will be reflected to at a organizational objective. So far, he has given a proper direction. What we have a proper coordination between the people, between the department, between whatever it may be. Then the working for maximum output. The FW trailer very clearly to contribute what all the employers who have given the maximum output, then only the scientific management who are very clear output. So if there is a maximum output, automatically the organization objectives which is properly to achieve in all kind of the way, that is what he trying to suggest. Development of workers which means development of employee. Development of employees means the welfare which means given of good salary, given of financial support, given of non-financial support, given of any incentives, given of additional benefits or additional welfares, everything which is development of workers which is concerned. So this kind of the principles which is followed by the organization, then the organization should be success. That is what FW Tyler has to be contributed. Shall I move? Okay. So he given some tips, right, regarding this is what he given some tips for scientific management, separation of planning. 1 minute. Okay, separation of planning and doing. So functional foremanship, then job analysis, standardizations, scientific selection and training, differential piece wage plan, economy, mental revolution, right? So separation. He is very strongly to believe what strongly to believe we have a proper separated planning and doing. So because so some of the organizations you are very clearly to know, I'm going to work means I'm thinking of planning and working. So here FW Tyler very clearly to make a proper separation. Planning is a different department, working is a different department. Plan what the plan has to be do, what the plan has to be given, that people who have to be work, that the department should be proper separated, not together. That is what separation of planning and doing. Functional foremanship which means the foremanship which means the people are different working systems. Because if you go for the industries, garments, so we have, there is a proper process, right, which is started from the cotton to the finished goods. There is a proper process, that functional formenships which is properly maintaining what kind of the process which is very clearly to ergonomics. That is what we say. Job analysis, so the human resource management or the HR peoples who are properly analyzing the job, where the job is there, where the job is not there. Jai, 10 minutes lo கூப்பிடுறான், cut பண்ணு. Okay, where the job is there, what kind of the people we have to be recruited, what kind of the duties that we have to be implemented, everything we are analyzed by HR manager. That should be properly analyzed. Standardizations, so we are always maintaining some standardizations which means quality, which means job quality, which means a product quality. The fifth point is scientific selection and training. We are not we have a proper selection and given of training with the scientific manner, with the modern manner. That is what he given a suggestion. Then the differential piece wage plan. Piece wage plan means what the people who have work, based on the work we are given the salary. So what, how much of output we given, that is the salary. Others, please mute it. Construct. Okay, right. So differential piece wage plan. Then economy means we are given a proper supporter for economical manner to the employee. Then mental revolution which means that people who have given some fatigue which means we have a proper break for every 4 hours, or given of something we have changing of their mind, something related of that. That is what changing of mind means fatigue, maybe, or relaxation, something we have to be safe, right? This is as given some techniques which is given by F.W. Tyler. Shall I? That then the second contribution, Henry Fire, very, very important people, very specialized people, Henry Fire. So if you go for the management, the two people are very importantly to role. One is F.W. Taylor, another one is Henry Fire. These two people are very important people for management, right? So the father of modern management is a very father. There is a controversy on the conflicts between F.W. Tyler as well as the Henry Fire. So because he given his own opinion, that F.W. Tyler is own given of his own opinion. This two opinion which is make a make the different conflicts. So whatever it may be, let me go one by one. So it's a short profile about the Henry Fayol, right? He's a French industrialist. He's working in modern management theory. Okay, let me. He's belongs to working in French mining companies as an engineer more than how many years? So maybe 20 years or 15 years. He has to be work in the same company. Yeah, so different. Okay, okay, come to the point. This is a very important point. So the principles, the Henry Fayol who given 14 principles. These 14 principles, which is followed by the organizations, which is very successfully to make a proper success of it, that organizations, which is given by Henry Fayol. So first he said division of work. Division of work, which means what? Dividing the work. So we have the group work, that we have divided the work and allocated the proper dividing work to the different people. Because if you go and see, so in your home there is a lot of work. That lot of work, your team has to be divided. This work you have to be do, this work you have to be do, like the dividing the people, which is helps very clarity where we are not done, where we are properly done, everything we are point out. Then authority and responsibility. So if Henry File, which is very clearly to say, you have properly to note what the employer's authority and responsibility. Based on that only, the people have to be very clarity to work. That is what authority and responsibility. Then discipline. So organization should be properly maintaining the discipline. If they are losing the discipline, definitely which is affected for their organizational objectives also, organization goals, organizational output also. Unity of command, which means there is one command, not multiple command, right? Unity of direction, there is only one direction, not multiple direction, which is say, right? So there three of them who may directed means, so which direction the employees has to be go. If you go for seeing of any organization, there is a partnership, two or three partner. So the different partner who given the different directions or different commands, so the employees are completely confused which we are received, which we are going to be follow it, right? Then subordination of individual to the general interest. So first, individual interest and the general interest. Individual interest, that means the organizational interest, organizational goal. General interest, which means the personal interest or personal goal. Personal goal means they want to be satisfied of their financially, make a satisfaction of their families, of each and every employee. If they want to be given of good life to their families, or good life to their parents, or the wife or the child, they are given the good life to the organizations. He has to be given a proper output, proper work to their organization. Then only he has to be make a proper satisfaction of the house or the families. Remuneration of the personnel, the wages and the incentives, or any kind of the financial incentives or financial remuneration, which is more supportive to the personnel. So we have given the good remuneration to the personnel. Centralization, which means we are making a proper centralization authority, which will help the people to make a success. That means the people who are making a proper allocations, right? So authority should be centralized. Scalar chain, which means the people who have to be work with the scalar chain, like chaining of their responsibility, chaining of their work, right? Then order, which means a proper given of order to the particular organization. If you are ordering the what the material from our supplier, that order should be very clear. That order should be economically, that order should be well planned. Stability of tenure. So stability of tenure, which means we are maintaining a proper stability tenure, then only the organizations are very clearly to know where we are taking to success. Initiative. So all kind of the people who are initiating of their ideas, initiating of their works for their people's responsibilities. So esprit de corps, that means the union, which means union is also one of the very good supported, make a proper uh, uh, unity, which means union, which is given the additional supportive to the employees. Then I left equity, which means the people who are equalize in organization. I won't given the importance to only a particular people, not only it's a balanced, um, supportive, balanced remuneration, balanced performance, working performance, whatever it may be, or given of workload, everything which is proper equity. Any doubt? Shall I move? One more is there. Elton Mayo, right? Human relation. So it is quietly he has given human relation approaches. So it's a short profile about Elton Mayo. So you can read it in your statement itself. Okay, come to the point. So Elton Mayo, it employed about 30 employees. He has to be searched with 30,000 employees at the time of experiments. Elton Mayo. So the huge number of people who are taking as an experiment of is Elton Mayo experiments. So though the workers were given the number of materials, 1 minute, what's the time? Oh, only 5 minutes. Okay. Though the workers were given a number of material, believe still there was a great deal of dissatisfaction among the workers. In order to find out the reason for this, the Hawthorne experiment, 1 minute. See, is one of the very famous Hawthorne experiment who made done by Elton Mayo, right? So, so experiments were conducted with the help of these 1 minute, these 4 stages, right? So each stages attempt the answer of the questions rising of the previous stages. Elimination experiment. Then second one is the relay assemble test room experiment, mass interview program. So bank wiring observation room experiment. So these 4 things are very clearly to conducted by Hawthorne experiments. So elimination experiments to determine what the effect of change of eliminations and on productivity. So in that elimination experiment, how far it has to be effectively given for effective to given of their production support to or production down, whatever it may be, it's a boosting or down. So based on that elimination experiments which is done, then the Elton Mayo, which is taking relay assembled test room, 1 minute, really assemble test room experiments to determine the effect of change in hours and other working conditions on productivity. So when I'm taking the relay assemble test room, because in this experiment I have bringing the different 30,000 employees together in the different separate works to understandable how it has to be effectively to change the hours of the different people. So some of them who are very shortly to complete, where some of them who may very taking of time to make a proper assembled for testing this testing room, which is more helpful for the health of mayo. Then the mass interview program. So here, so when I'm conducting the mass interview program, I have the different attitudes, different peoples who are together and given of their different opinion. Based on that, the health and mayo very clarity to understandable how the employers who may given the different, they are all working in the same process, but the different attitude, different predictions, different opinion, and the ideas which is there. So the fourth one is bank wiring observation room experiments to determine the social organization at work. So this one which is understandable how socially the peoples who are in the organization to work together, how the peoples who have understandable, how the peoples who are maintaining the relationship between the different kind of the people. If you go for the school, just the first day, who are sit together, that the people are even at the end of the school days, we are taking the good friends, right? So different people, different concept, different opinion, different kind of the environment are together based on their based on their work together, based on their sitting together. So this is what the people health and mayo who have understandable the relationship experiments, right? So this is the conclusions. Okay, conclude. Okay. My dear students, any doubt from any points? There is only 4 minutes there. You want to clarify any doubts once again? That
No, sir.
yes. Okay.
Sir, it's a just basic class, right?
Sorry.
It's a base class, right?
What?
Hello.
Yeah.
Basic class.
BC class
Hello.
means BCA.
BCA, basics of principal management, right?
This is yeah principles of management from Unit 1.
Okay, okay.
Okay, Unit 1. Okay, any doubt? Others?
சார் இப்போ ரெண்டு லெசன் நடத்திருக்கீங்க இதுல இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் கொஸ்டின் ஏதாச்சும் கொடுக்க
Your
முடியுமா?
voice is not clear, madam. Can you please repeat? Your completely feed echo. Can you please once again?
சார் நீங்க 2 லெசன் இப்ப நடத்திருக்கீங்க. அதுல ஏதாச்சும்
Okay.
இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் கொஸ்டின் கொடுக்க முடியுமா?
நான் 2 லெசன் நடத்தல மேடம். யூனிட் 1 மட்டும் தான் நடத்திருக்கிறேன்.
அதான் சார் யூனிட் 1ல 2 சாப்டர் முடிச்சிருக்கீங்க சார்.
ஓகே, ஓகே.
அதுல மொத்தம் 8 கொஸ்டின் இருக்கு. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இதுல 4 செகண்ட் இதுல 4.
ஓகே.
அதுல ஏதாச்சும் இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் கொஸ்டின் கொடுப்பீங்களா?
நான் தான் பார்க்குறேன். ஒரே நிமிஷம்.
ஓகே சார்.
பேஜ் நம்பர் எதுல வருது மேடம்? சாப்டர் 1ல. ஓகே, வந்துருச்சு. 15, 15. ஓகே. ரொம்ப முக்கியமானது சாப்டர் 1ல. So take that page number 15. Explain the different functions of management. It's a very important question. Right? Very, very important question. Second one is management. The fourth question. Management is both a science as well as an art. That's also important. Right? This two is little given priority. Okay? Not other two. Don't left, please don't left. You have give the priority for this two and second priority to the left of two, right? You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then the page number is what?
27.
27. Okay. So that four question is completely important because The three contributions is that F.W. Tyler. I said F.W. Tyler, Henry Fayol, Elton Mayo. Any one contribution they are asking, right? One contribution completely, definitely one contribution will become. Specifically, which contribution which come means maybe give the priority to the F.W. Tyler or Henry Fayol. These two little important than Elton Mayo. You understand? First one is either Henry Fayol or F.W. Tyler. These two definitely any one will become. Or the second priority is Elton Mayo. So that is the third contribution. Little give less priority. Okay. Then what are the different, second question, what are the different functional area? That's also little important, right? But the first priority is what? 1 and 3. Second priority is 2 and 4. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other? And one more thing that I want to inform to you, only today, instead of tomorrow, my classes, I can take 2 to 3 today, right? Maybe the 2 to 3, Dr. I think so, Rajas Selvi, she will take my classes on tomorrow because only today. So this little alternative will be changed. Any doubt?
Sir, can we get the PDF that you present? Is there any way?
Do one thing. Do one
Okay.
thing. Do one thing. So I just test my email, my WhatsApp number, right? So you just say, hi, sir. Kindly send
Okay.
the PPT regarding principles of management. If you say like that, definitely I send, because I'm not making confusion to me, because I'm taking online classes in foreign university also. Even I can take my
Okay.
native classes in my native places. So I'm not taking any confusion. So you are mentioned principles of management only, then only I can send my PPT. Is it clear?
Okay. Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you.
I test my number is
Okay.
99434243.
Hello, sir.
நீங்க பாருங்க, அங்க நான் டெஸ்ட் பண்ணிட்டேன். டெஸ்ட் பாக்ஸ்ல பாருங்க மேடம். Dr. Anand Kumar, 9944342433. You just test me. I can send by WhatsApp, right? My
Sir,
PPT.
again show you, sir. Sir, again show you.
What do you want to show?
Your number, sir.
டெஸ்ட் பாக்ஸ்ல இல்லீங்களா?
No, sir.
பாருங்க
No.
மேடம். மெசேஜ் பாக்ஸ் இருக்குங்களா? அதை ஓபன் பண்ணுங்க. மெசேஜ் பாக்ஸ்
Okay, sir. Okay, sure, sir. Thank you.
இருக்குங்களா?
இருக்கு, sir.
ஓகே.
சார் ஷாம் சங்கர் சார், எனக்கு ஒரு டவுட் சார்.
சொல்லுங்க சார்.
அங்க ஆஃப்லைன் கிளாஸ் இல்லையா சார்? நம்ம யூனிவர்சிட்டியில எடுக்க மாட்டீங்களா சார்?
என்னதுங்க?
ஆஃப்லைன் கிளாஸ் இல்லையா சார்? டைரக்டா அங்க வந்து பார்க்க முடியாது சார்?
என்னையா?
ஆமா சார்.
என்ன பார்க்கணுமா
இல்ல
இல்ல
சார், கிளாஸுக்கு சார்.
கிளாஸுக்கு I don't know idea about that. You please contact the respective person.
சரி சரி. ஓகே சார்.
ஓகேங்களா? ப்ளீஸ். Any other? Can I quit? ஓகே, நான் குவிட் பண்ணிக்கிறேன். ஓகே, தேங்க் யூ. பண்ணிக்கலாம்ல?
Sir, is there any classes like? Hello, Josie ma'am.
അതല്ല
സുഖല്ലേ? ഇതൊന്നും ഇനി പരിപാടിയോ? Is there any? Hello? Is there any next class?
സാറ് പോയാച്ച്.
Hello?
സാറ് പോയാച്ച്.
Okay, well, I can understand. Any class ഉണ്ടോ? Hello.
I don't know.
சொல்லுங்க ப்ரோ.
Is
Hi.
there anyone from Kerala? Hello. Is there anyone from Kerala?
ஐ எம் பாண்டிச்சேரி ப்ரோ.
Oh,
Me also Pondicherry-pa.
okay, okay. Business economics, right? The Chinese person. Chinese. Where is the Chinese? Hello. Sulu. Hello, ma'am. Hello.
ப்ரோ வெயிட் பண்ணுங்க, அவங்களே வருவாங்க.
Okay.
எடுக்கடா.
Sir, we can't hear you, sir. Johnny, Arunachala, are you? No, sir. कोई जास्ती नहीं. So who creating the group? Madam, your mic is off. Hello.
ஹலோ HDFCல இருந்து கால் வருது.
Hello. Hello.
Hi, bro.
ஹலோ
Yeah.
HDFC நானும்
No one can hear anything, right? Is that my problem or? Hello.
ஹலோ
Anybody there?
Hi, ma'am.
ஹாய் மேம் ஹலோ ஓகே
So Arvind Keshav, you are creating the WhatsApp group, right? Please reply that you can hear.
Hello.
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 Anybody there?
Yes.
Brother, your name? Hi guys, today the first class, na? Hello. Alala.
December 26th exam date.
Hey ma'am.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hi. டிசம்பர் 26ன்னு சொன்னீங்களே நீங்க டீச்சரா? உங்களுக்கு எப்படி தெரியும்?
Hello. Can anyone can hear my voice?
Good morning to all. She had some problem. I'll continue the class now. We will start discussing about financial accounting. Is my voice is audible?
Yeah, yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
you'll have
Yes,
your
ma'am.
marketing class. I think second hour was marketing.
Okay.
ஓகே மேம்.
Subject name, ma'am.
Shall we proceed?
Hello.
எஸ்
Yes,
Subject
மேம்.
name.
ப்ரோசீட்.
Subject name, ma'am.
Principles of financial accounting.
Okay, ma'am.
How many of you are science students here? Anybody from science background?
Yes.
Yes.
Or not?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. So totally 8 or 10 students are from science background. So don't worry. We will start with A to Z in accounting. And I think
Okay.
both the classes are there, BBA and BCom. So we will start with first introduction of accounting, what is accounting, and what are the other concepts relating to accounting. So we have only 5 hours totally for this subject. I think you all will be knowing it. So I'll be giving some problems
ma'am,
at the
no.
end of every hour. So you try some of the problems. Why? Because you must have seen in the syllabus that 70% is from problems and 30% is theory.
Ideal.
You all know that?
Yes, ma'am.
ஓகே மேம்.
You should learn how to work out the problems in every chapter. So every chapter has got problems to be worked out except first unit.
ஓகே மேம்.
Is it right? So if you have any doubt, you can ask me by writing it down at the end of the session. We'll have 5 minutes for discussion.
Okay.
So for everyone, is English is okay?
Yes, ma'am.
எஸ் மேம்.
Okay, we'll start with today's class.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
தமிழ் கொஞ்சம் explain பண்ண முடியுமா?
Tamil, how many Tamil students are there?
தமிழ் ஸ்டூடெண்ட் இருக்கோம் மேம்.
No.
இருக்கோம் மேம்.
I am also Tamil.
இருக்கும் மேம்.
இருக்குல்ல மேம்.
சார் கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சம் தெரியும் மேடம். மலையாளி சார்.
Can you see the screen?
யா மேம்.
யா மேம்.
Yes. We'll start with accounting. So Generally, accounting is, we always call it as a process. So process of summarizing, analyzing,
Ma'am, I'm sorry
reporting.
to disturb. Can you please zoom your screen? I mean, it's not clear. The screen is not clear, I think.
See whether you can zoom in your screen.
Yes.
You can zoom in your screen, I think so.
Okay.
So accounting is a process. 1 second.
Your name, please.
Ma'am, I think maybe you're using it from the mobile device. Could be that is the reason.
Yes, yes. Wait.
അതെ അതെ
Mr. Hajar, can you please mute your side, please?
So can you see the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What is accounting? It is a process of summarizing, analyzing, and reporting the financial transaction. So from this point, we can understand that accounting will consider only financial transactions. That means you can also interact.
Ma'am, sorry, can you please mute that one user is there? I mean, I think the mic is on.
Is it possible from my side?
Yes,
I
Hajar.
believe you can, maybe because you're the host.
Background problem also.
Oh no, Rusli. You're not there.
I cannot do it. Only the main university can do, I think so.
No, so you're not the host, right? If you're host, you can.
Please, I request all of you to mute your audio. So it is. So what I was telling is, that is accounting will always consider only transaction which is of money, financial transaction. So you cannot record anything which is not convertible into in terms of money. So that is what it's given: summarizing, analyzing, and reporting the financial transactions in a manner that adheres to certain standards. So you will always use accounting concepts and conventions.
Ma'am,
So
pictures.
yes.
Ma'am, pictures. We can't hear your picture, ma'am. Ma'am, pictures message.
Hello, Hajar. Could you please stop the mic? Hello, Haji sir.
Some background problem also disturb.
இங்க யாருக்காவது
Stop the
ஹாஜர் தீன
background
பர்சனலா
problem.
தெரியுமா? ஹலோ, இங்க யாருக்காவது ஹாஜர் தீன பர்சனலாவே தெரியுமா?
தெரியாது.
Staff is there.
Yes, students, can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Hello, madam. If you can be host, you can mute that Haji sir voice.
Some
It's not
background
possible.
disturb.
Is the background? I don't know. So
There
tapping.
are so many others also have opened their mic. Please mute from your side, please. GN trendy new collection. Can you please mute from your side, please?
Students, please mute your audio. Trying to speak.
Ma'am, I think you need to mute this Hajar Deen. Otherwise, others cannot hear you.
Roger.
Can anyone call his number and ask him to mute?
Ma'am, we
Hello,
don't
madam. Is
have
there
the
any?
contact number.
Hello, madam. Is there any way to that you can be host?
We are wasting our time.
Hello, madam. It's all clear.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, accounting records only financial transactions in a manner that adheres certain principles. There is certain formats are there. So that formats must be followed for recording, analyzing, summarizing, and reporting the financial transactions. Why we have to report financial transaction? Can anyone answer?
So that we
To
can
whom
keep
we have to
business,
report? Why we have to report?
ma'am, so that we can keep a track, like a records of the business that we are into.
Okay. Okay, totally how many branches of accounting are there or the types of accounting? You know?
Financial accounting,
Some of you
banking,
must be working. கம்பெனிஸ்ல எத்தனை விதமான அக்கவுண்ட்ஸ் யூஸ் பண்ணுவாங்க? Any idea?
I think three.
Okay. See, normally we have to report financial transactions to your management. What management usually does? Morning, Pastor, you had principles of management class. Can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. So why management, what management does usually? What is the role of management? Anyone can answer. Even if it is wrong, we will correct. See, management is that
in a different ways.
in a different way. What in a different way?
Group of persons.
Group of persons. Okay, then. Okay,
Steady.
I will continue. See, usually you have three types or branches of accounting. One is financial accounting, one is cost accounting, and the other one is management accounting. Have you heard about these three accounts?
No.
So cost, management, and finance. So cost account, financial accounting will be dealing with finding out what is profit and loss of a particular organization, whether the company gets profit or loss. What the company should earn, profit or loss?
Profit.
Profit.
Profit. So every year when you have profit, it will be used for your development of your organization. But sometimes company incurs losses also. So that should also be accepted and that should be corrected in the coming future. So financial accounting will be dealing with finding out the financial position of an organization. Cost accounting is that part of accounting which helps in ascertainment of cost and control of cost. What is ascertainment of cost?
What amount will be required to
Required to
for the further processes of financial aspects?
the ascertainment of cost is that is determining what is the cost of your product. What is the product you're manufacturing? How to determine the cost of the product. So if you know only the cost, you can add profit and find out what is the selling price. Is it right? So if he doesn't know how to fix the cost of the product, then there is no selling price fixation. So who will be fixing the selling price? Only the manufacturer. And when you fix a selling price for your product, it should also follow certain principles, find out what is your competitors' pricing. All those things will be there. So cost accounting will be dealing with two. One is cost ascertainment and the other one is what I said. What is the second point I told you?
Price ascertainment.
Second one is cost control. Why should be controlled? Why cost should be controlled? Why ஏன் வந்து அந்த பொருளோட விலையை வந்து கம்மி பண்ணிட்டே இருக்கணும்?
To make it flexible for the market prices, demand and supply.
Okay.
to make it
Comparing with
flexible.
other rival companies' prices and seeing current market conditions.
Okay, you can compete with your competitors. Then, see,
Ma'am, I would
one
like
main,
to ask.
To
Sorry.
yes,
ascertain more profit or
yes,
to increase the profit
that
margin.
is the right point. If you control cost, your profit will be more. 100 plus 20 is equal to 120 selling price. It can be 80 plus 40 or it can be 70 plus 50. But anyway, your selling price is going to be 120. So your cost has to be kept under control. Why? If it is kept under control, your profit will be increasing and your company will be going towards a development. See, it's not very easy to start a company, but it's not very easy to sustain the company also. Sustainability is also very difficult. So when you want sustainability, you want more money for modernization, diversification, all those things. So we have to start organization, start producing a product, and whenever you produce a product, you have to be very careful with fixing your cost of the product and controlling of cost. The third one is management accounting. Management accounting is that accounting which will be helpful for decision making. What is decision making? It is for the present or for the past, sorry, or for the future.
Future and present.
So you will decide for the future. So management accounting will be helpful for decision making, and that decision making will be for your future development. So how we are going to be, what product we are going to produce, how the price is going to be fixed, whether the same selling price is going to be fixed or the price is going to be increased. All those things we will decide in the management. So these are the three branches of accounting we have. So normally accounting, whether it is financial cost or management, accounting is that process of summarizing, analyzing and reporting the financial transactions. Have you ever seen in any accounting fire accident occurred in an organization? Did you see anywhere in accounting books on
Yes.
1/1/2023 fire accident in the godown?
Yes. Yes. That insurance amount and the theft amount is also recorded in account.
Have you seen this term in accounting? It will be recorded, but it will not be shown in accounting. Why? Because it is not possible for conversion into money. Monetary terms, it is not possible. You can relate that with insurance, whether if you have taken insurance for the product, that is secondary. But anything, if it is not convertible in terms of money, that will not be considered in accounting. So that is what the definition of accounting says. And the next one is, what is the need of accounting? So what is the need of accounting? Whether it is in organization activities, business or non-business, it requires money. So accounting, it is needed there. So wherever money is incurred or as an expenditure, as an income, you should have accounting. And in other words, wherever money is involved, accounting, that's what I said now. And accounting is often called the language of business. So you can communicate about your activities, what you do in the business through accounting. So it is a communication, it is a language of business. That's why it's called as a language of business, which communicates details relating to finance to the public, to the management, to the employees, and to the owners. Whoever it is relating to your business, everyone wants to know what is happening in the organization. So companies will be using accounting as a language of business that explains whether you are in a solvency condition or an insolvency condition. So company நடத்த முடியுமா இல்ல company வந்து இழுத்து க்ளோஸ் பண்ணிட்டு போறோம் அதை டிசைட் பண்றதுக்கும் நமக்கு accounting will be serving as a language of business. Are you all able to follow? Am I going fast?
Okay, ma'am.
No, that's fine.
Theory, I will go a little bit fast so that we can get more time for problems. That's what I have planned.
Okay, ma'am.
Is it right? So, need for accounting. Accounting helps answering questions like this. So these questions can be answered. How much I am worth? Should I put more money in my business? All these points I told you already. And how often I can change the way I operate, whether my business is continued properly or not, or am I satisfying my employees or not? Am I giving bonus to my employees? When the company can give bonus?
Once there is a profit.
When they have
When
acquired
there is
more
a
profit.
profit. So when the company gets profit, it can be shared among the employees to motivate them. So if there is no motivation in your organization, there will be more layoff. So that is the reason we are telling that accounting is a language of business. So accounting helps answering questions like this. Then what are the objectives of accounting? First objective is keeping systematic record. Why systematic record is, as a human being, we cannot keep everything in memory. I paid this money to them, he gave me this money to them. All those things we cannot keep in memory as a human being. So we will have systematic record, putting everything in writing and ascertaining the results of the operation. So ascertaining the results is we will find out what is the output at the end of every year. So we will always call it as accounting period. Accounting period is for a period of 12 months. Then third one, ascertain the financial position. So already told you, financial position is know whether your company is earning a profit or loss, or the company's assets are more than the liabilities. Why assets should be more than the liabilities? What is an asset?
That
Anyone?
is what the business owns basically under their legal name.
Okay, whatever the things the companies owns is called as an asset, and whatever the liabilities is what we owe to others. நாம என்ன மத்தவங்களுக்கு கொடுக்கணுமோ அதை வந்து நம்ம liabilities சொல்லுவோம். So we can divide, that is ascertain the financial position of the businesses. We can find out profit or loss, or whether your balance sheet is tallying, that is it is equal, and it is always your assets should be more than your liabilities. Why assets should be more? For example, if my liabilities is 5 lakhs, my assets should be 8 lakhs or 10 lakhs. Why this situation should be there?
So that if anything happens in the business, assets can recover the cost of the liability.
Yes, you can sell your assets and you can settle your liabilities. That is the reason your assets should be more than your liabilities. Especially, you will divide your assets and liabilities into two. One, your assets will be divided into current assets and fixed assets. Liabilities will be again divided into long-term liabilities and current liabilities. So whenever you use current, it is for a period of 1 year. So 1 year or less than 1 year, it is current asset or current liabilities. And if it is a longer period, that will be called as a fixed assets. And the liability side, we will call it as not fixed liabilities. It is called as long-term liabilities. So long-term liabilities will be for a period of more than 1 year. That we'll see there in the coming classes. So the next objectives is portray the liquidity position. That's what I said. Liquidity position is how much liquid cash you have in hand. So enough cash you should have in hand so that you can settle in case if you have any disputes or problems in operating your business transactions. Then the next one is to protect business properties. So when, in order to protecting business properties also, we should always have accounting so that we can tally your assets and liabilities. And why we should always say that you should invest more in assets. Why companies must have more
Returns.
investment? Returns will be more, and that normally we will use this term in organization is portfolio management. What is portfolio management is you put your money in diversified investments, not in single investment. It should be diversified. Five alternatives you can use, so that if there is a loss in one alternative, it can be compensated with the double the profit what you get in the other alternative. So that is portfolio management. I think you have one subject later on. Then the next one is to facilitate rational decision making. So that is what the main thing for accounting. For future decision making, I have to keep a track of accounting records in an organization. The next one is to satisfy the requirements of law. So as per the law, we have to carry out your accounting transactions, whether you are writing, that is recording in a document, or you are uh, finalizing or analyzing whatever you are doing, it should be as per the law. Why it should be as per the law is when you are maintaining financial account, cost accounts, or management account, all companies should be following the same rules and regulations. Final accounts of one company cannot be different from final accounts of the other company. Format is the same: trading, profit and loss account, and the balance sheet. So there is no differentiation. If there is, should not be any differentiation, then it should satisfy the requirements of law. So all accounting should follow certain principles, which is called as concepts and conventions. The next one is accounting, why it is important and to whom it is important. So it is important to owners. Why to owners it is important? Why? Because they are the investors. They have invested money in the organization. So they should know how the company is being operated. So that is the reason the owners are interested in accounting. Next one is management. Management is also interested in accounting. Why? Because the management can study the merits and demerits of this particular situation of this year, and they can decide what can be changed in the coming future. So owners are interested, management is interested, creditors are interested. Who is the creditor?
The person who will lend us money.
Okay, the person to whom we have to pay money, and when they will be giving us credit always.
If we have a strong accounting records,
No, I'm
we'll
asking is
have.
when they will be ready to give us always on credit. The
When
goods
the business
supplied
is
on
going,
credit. Yes.
So that they
when,
can.
When your business is going on well, one aspect is that. Second aspect is when you are making prompt payment. So mostly when you are getting something on credit, it should be paid within a period of 3 months. It should not lagging, whereas it should not be taking for a 6 months or 1 year. So when you make delayed payment, you will not be ready to supply goods on credit in the coming future. So nobody will be ready to lend money. So creditors are also important on your accounting. Why? Why? Because they were very keen to know what is your credit worthiness. So they will look into a balance sheet. So what they will do is they will look into your balance sheet, what is your assets position, what is your fixed assets, what is your current assets, and what is your current liabilities, and they will finalize whether you will be able to. Please mute your audio. So your creditors are also interested. And next one is employees. Why employees are interested in accounting is if your accounting position is not showing good position, they will be having a doubt whether they will be paid salary on time. So income, if it is not guaranteed income and it's a regular income, it's not guaranteed, they will not be liking to work in the same organization. So employees are also related with your accounting, so they are also wanted to know your accounting information. Then investors. What is the role of an investor when you will be investing in my company? For example, I'm running a company. When you will be interested in investing your hard-earned money?
when your company is making good profits,
Yes.
so that the interest will be, or the dividends will be paid to the investors
Yes, sir, that's
gradually.
right. Then anybody else?
Financial position also.
Financial position of the organization. So you must have seen in the stock market, when there is a problem in Reliance company, then suddenly there is a change or fluctuation in the market value. Why this happens is if anything happens inside the organization, that is reflected outside the organization also. And based upon this, based upon your present investors, your future investors will not be able to invest your organization in your organization. So when you earn your prosperity, that is, investors always thinks about their earnings. They want more money. If I invest 1 rupee, I want 2 rupee. If I invest 2 rupee, I want 4 rupees. I don't want in the place of 2 rupee, I will be getting 1 rupee in the place of 2 rupees. So nobody will be ready to get 1 rupee in the place of investing 2 rupees. So I want double or triple. So for that, they will be interested in knowing accounting information. So investors are also keenly watching your financial position of your organization. And the next one is government. So government is also important in your earnings, that is your accounting. Why? Because it is relating to taxation. So based upon your financial position, they will be relating to taxation, and based upon your activities of the organization, sometimes governments also takes up your accounting information for framing policies. Industrial policies is also based upon the information what you give to the officials. So that is also that is the reason why government is required, and consumers are also required to have accounting information. Who's a consumer?
The people who buy the products.
The people, the person who buys the products. There is two different. The other can be a consumer. So consumer is the person who consumes the product. Is the final person who is going to consume a product. And why he wants to know accounting information? The main reason is given in the point itself. I have to know if I am a consumer of Dove shampoo, I should know whether I am paying the right price for the right product. So that is the reason based upon your purchases or expenditure, what you show in your financial statements, they will be coming to a conclusion that whether they are paying the right amount for the right product. So that is the reason consumers want accounting information in your organization, but they are going to buy the product. So when they're buying, we have every right that consumers should be protected, consumers should be given at the right price. They should not be charged more and you should be extracting in the form of more profit. That should be avoided. So that is the reason accounting is also to be provided to the consumers, or otherwise consumers are also keenly watching what is your financial position of the organization. And the next one is accounting is important to whom? Research scholars. What the research scholars? Research, searching again and again, research till you come to a conclusion or till you get whatever the data you want. So research scholars also needs accounting information for their thesis or dissertation or for the project, whatever they are doing. And based upon the information what you give in account, they will be analyzing and they will be interpreting the results, and finally they'll come to a conclusion: this company is working properly or this company is successfully carrying out the business. So that will be given as a report, as a final report by the research scholars. So research scholars are outsiders who is doing research on your company, also want to know about your organization. And mainly when you're preparing accounting, you will be preparing for all these business. What are the various types of organizations we have? Sole proprietorship, we all know a single person will be the proprietor or owner. Then a partnership, there is more two or more persons joining together, and they will be owners together. And sometimes they will be working partner, or they will be sharing all the profit, or they will be sharing the investment. It depends upon their partnership deed. And the third one is corporation. So corporation is a very important form of business organization. So it is an enterprise which exercises mostly the legal rights of a organization. So that is a third type of corporation. That is, corporations always ownership and management are separate. That is, we have to follow accounting period. That is business entity concept here. So corporations are separate. Then cash-based accounting. So what are the various types of accounting we always? So cash-based accounting is recording only in the basis of cash. So when it is not in the basis of, when it is in the base of credit, that will not be considered. So you will be recording only those things which will be in cash. That is cash-based accounting. Then accrual based is whether you are receiving it now or in the future. If it is for the current period, it will be recognized. For example, rent I have to receive this month. If he has paid rent in the next month, but that will be recorded. Accrual basis, if you're following, whether incurred or not, whether received or not, that will be considered in accrual based of accounting. Then that is what accrual based rely. You will be matching according to the period for which you are incurring. So that will be useful for giving you correct profit or loss to your accounting persons who are all interested. So already I've discussed what are the branches of accounting. One is financial, then second one is cost, the third one is management. Then the next one is what is accounts. See, accounts is to keep a track record. So normally, if you are writing a transaction, all those things. So when you are coming into accounting, recording should be supported by documentary evidence. So you should have vouchers, bills, invoices. All those things should be supportive to the transaction that happens in the particular day of the organization. Every day, if it happens 100 transaction, 20 transaction, or 30 transaction, everything will be supported by a documentary evidence. That is a must. So when you say accounts, accounts type is revenue. What is revenue? Revenue is nothing but all those things you are going to get inside. That is receipts. So what are the various types of revenue? Sales, interest, commission, brokerage. Then the revenue in terms of capital, sale of asset, sale of investments, or say any revenue is whatever the amount you get inside the organization will be classified as revenue account. The next one is expenses. So whatever you spend for earning, whatever you spend for earning. For example, I'm buying raw materials, I'm buying indirect raw materials, paying labor. All those things are expenses, but why I spend that money is to incur revenue. That is, when I spend for production, after selling the particular product, I will be getting revenue on the basis of that. So that is the reason we have to go for revenue and expenses account. Then accounts, you have asset. Asset is nothing but a property of value owned by a business. So it will be for a long-term asset or a short-term asset. Short-term it is current, long-term it is fixed asset. So assets is a property of value owned by a business. Physical objects is intangible. It can be intangible or it can be tangible. So cash is also an asset. It is a current asset. Stock is an asset. Bills receivable. There is accounts receivable. It's given. So all those things comes under assets. So assets are generally divided into three: current asset, fixed asset, and intangible. Intangible asset, we can have it as goodwill also. So that is the three types of assets we have. So current assets for a shorter period, and it's given the types of current assets we have: cash, marketable securities, accounts receivable, notes receivable, inventories, and prepaid expenses. When any expenses paid for the next period, that is also considered as current assets. Then fixed assets, like for a longer period: building, land, equipment, and furniture. So these are the four things you have under fixed assets. And fixed assets, that is already I have told you, it is for a longer period, which is owned by an organization for a longer period. Then intangible assets, which is not seen, so which cannot be seen: copyrights, patents, trademarks, and goodwill. So these are the four examples of intangible assets we have. Then the next account is liabilities. So liability is an obligation of a business to pay a debt. So debt can be paid with money, goods, or services, but anything which is we are liable to pay to an outside party, that will be called as a liability. And liabilities will be divided into current liabilities. Current liabilities is for a shorter period. Long-term liabilities is for a longer period. And the next one is, in long-term liabilities, we have capital. So capital is also called as a net worth. That is what is the amount what is left for you, that is called as capital. So capital is net worth or owner's equity, which is equal to the total of the assets of the business. Then the next one is, what is accounting equation. So we always follow this equation in accounting: assets is equal to liabilities plus owner's equity. That is short-term liabilities plus long-term liabilities, or liabilities plus owner's equity. Owner's equity is the amount what it is belonging to the owners of the organization. So accounting equation is assets is equal to liabilities plus owner's equity. So when you are following this equation, we have to know what is one system here is double entry system. So double entry system is, for every transaction there is an equal distribution. That is, you have developed this system. We explained that every time a transaction took place, there will be two events happening. So two entries will be there, or two events will be there. One is to give and the other is to get. I think we're all science students. Please understand this concept. It will be useful for working out the problem. So when you are working out the final accounts, so for every transaction, there will be two effects. One is positive and negative effect: giving effect or getting effect. You give one thing and get the other thing. That is what we always expect in accounting. Accounting follows double entry system. So give and get. What is double entry system? This equation is called as double entry system. Assets is equal to liabilities plus owner's equity. So for example, there is a example they have given. You have got a loan from the bank. So we have already established this equation. So we are getting cash. Company borrowed money from the bank is 5,000 rupees, and it is a liability which is repayable. So which is repayable. In addition, now that the company has an extra 5,000 rupees, so this is an asset. You get cash of 5,000, and that 5,000 will always show an increase in the liability also. Can you follow this point? Anybody has got any doubt in this?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it clear?
Yes, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that is called as double entry system. Every transaction will have two effects. So you give and get one thing. Without there is a single transaction will not have getting. One has to give, one has to come. So go out and come inside. That is what we always do in accounting. And so that is called as, there is two aspects what we have in accounting is called as debit and credit. So debit, that is what double entry system is. Debit is, DR is used for debit and CR is used for credit. So both debit and credit may represent either increase or decrease depending upon the nature of account. Sometimes it might be increase or sometimes it might be decrease. So every transaction will have two aspects. One is debit aspect and credit aspect. Debit aspect and credit aspect, or otherwise it is giving aspect or getting aspect. So giving or getting. So these two things will be always happening in accounting. So nature of accounts. So debit, all assets, credit, all liabilities, credit, all owner's equity. So you have to follow one rule. If you are account students, you will be knowing it. Science students, you can note it down. So nature of accounts, we have assets, liabilities. So if it is assets, you have to debit liabilities, credit, owner's equity, credit, and if there is two things you have in profit and loss account. So first thing, this is in balance sheet. So I've this given in balance sheet. If it is an asset, show it on the asset side. So that is on the right hand side of the account. That I'll tell you later. You are a science student. Liabilities on the credit side, on the left hand side. Owner's equity on the credit side. So on the credit side, you'll have liabilities and the owner's equity on the left hand side, and on the right hand side, you'll have assets. It is balance sheet. Then in the profit and loss account, credit all your revenue and debit all your expenses. So credit all your revenues and debit all your expenses will be in profit and loss account. Then the next one in the rule of debit and credit, assets will increase. That is, if there is a debit, it will be increasing. In the liabilities also, if you say credit, it will be increasing. And owner's equity, credit means it is increased. That I will tell you when I tell the rules of debit and credit. So till now, any doubt you have before moving on to the next topic? I'll find out whether ma'am is ready.
Ma'am, I just would like to ask you, will it be possible to get this PDF?
Hello, ma'am.
Okay, any doubts?
Ma'am, can we get the
PPT.
PDF for this? Yes.
You want PPT or PDF? PDF means I think university must have given a textbook.
No,
You
no,
all
the
have a
classes which
textbook?
you, the class which
Yeah,
you
yeah. If
took
it's
right
for
now.
my class, I will share.
On
So shall
how?
we continue? Any doubt up to this? If you want to ask about relating to
Ma'am,
accounts,
if we are giving a money to a credit, if we are getting money from our customer, we'll treat it as debts, and when if we are not paid, we are treating it as bad debts.
yes.
If we have some money to be paid to a creditor,
Hmm.
and with some circumstances, creditor is uh, closed or unable to take our money, so we'll treat that money as asset or that
We will
amount.
keep that money as cash, but creditors account will be pending. It will be a liability.
So
See,
the
when you have
creditor
to
is
pay to
unable, like the creditor died or we don't no longer
asking whether it
to.
should be kept.
So we
Can
should
increase
treat
your
it as
volume.
so should we treat it as a profit or asset, or we should keep it as a liability?
The amount which you have not paid to the creditors.
Like the creditor died or we no longer need to pay to the creditor.
Anyway, you have to pay to the next person who's coming to in charge in the particular company. The company will be running, no.
Though that only if under some circumstances the company is closed.
Companies close means see, when a company is becoming insolvent, they will collect all the money what they have to receive.
Okay.
Is it right? They will not leave their money. Even if I'm closing my company and going to sit at home, I will collect and keep that money in my hand for my future. That is the same for the company. Companies to company, when you have to pay, all those dues has to be collected. But it's your liability, you have to pay on time. Is my answer is satisfactory to you, or shall I explain in some other example?
No, I understand. Okay.
See, basically, when you are running a company, we are not an accounting principle. We should be genuine in doing a business from business point of view. Unless otherwise, my customers are confident on, or if they are not confident on my product, they will not buy. They will not buy my product continuously. Can you give a, that is, if I am using Dow, am I writing any contract with Dow company that I will buy only Dow shampoo? Are we doing like anything like this? No. But we have to keep our customers in hand. That is what we are using certain strategies, or we always say we will be innovatively doing something. That is to attract customers. When the customers are not increasing, a profit will not improve. So everything has got a connectivity. Even the subjects, what you learn in the first year and second year has got connectivity with every subject. Is it right? Okay, shall we move on to the next one?
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. We will move. We have been discussing, so I think now I will continue for the other 1 hour. I will have only accounts. The next subject we'll see later.
Ma'am, ma'am, ma'am,
Yes.
ma'am, unit 1 lesson నడుతున్నదా?
Unit 1 is introduction.
இல்ல இது இப்ப நீங்க நடத்துனீங்கல்ல அது எந்த
எல்லாமே
பேஜ்ல
எல்லாமே யூனிட் 1 தான். அக்கவுண்டிங், அப்ஜெக்டிவ்ஸ், நேச்சர்.
நீங்க இப்ப நடத்துனது பேஜ்லயே இல்ல, அதனால தான் கொஞ்சம் கன்ஃபியூஸா இருக்கு. பேஜ்ல பார்த்தோம், பேஜ்
நீட் ஃபார் அக்கவுண்டிங், டெவலப்மெண்ட், அப்ஜெக்டிவ்ஸ் ஆஃப் அக்கவுண்டிங் அதெல்லாம் இருக்கே.
இப்ப நீங்க பிக்சர்ஸ்ல காமிச்சீங்கல்ல அந்த இது பேஜ்ல இல்ல, புக்ல இல்ல. நாங்க சண்டே தேடி பார்த்தோம்.
புக்ல பாத்தீங்களா? சிலபஸ்ல இல்ல? மீனிங் அண்ட் ஸ்கோப் ஆஃப் அக்கவுண்டிங்.
அதுல தான் பார்த்தோம். அதான் அது இல்ல, அதனால தான் கொஞ்சம் கன்ஃபியூஸா இருக்கு.
சிலபஸ்ல இருக்கு அதெல்லாம். யுனிவர்சிட்டி வெப்சைட்ல இருந்து எடுத்த சிலபஸ் தான் அதெல்லாம். இல்லனாலும் இந்த டாபிக்ஸ்லாம் வந்து கேக்குற क्वेश्चंस தான்.
இதெல்லாம் இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் தானே?
ஆமா, இது எல்லாமே தெரியணும். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் யூனிட் ஃபுல்லாவே தியரி தான்.
சரி, ஓகே மேம், தேங்க் யூ.
ஏன்னா சில டைம் சிலபஸ்ல இல்லாதது சேர்த்து எடுக்க வேண்டியதா இருக்கும். Please mute your audio.
ஆக்சுவலி நாங்க தேடி பார்த்தோம். டெஃபினேஷன் ஆஃப் அக்கவுண்டிங் எல்லாம் நடத்துனீங்கல்ல, அது வந்து புக்லயே இல்ல. அது
இல்லைன்னா நான் பிபிடி ஷேர் பண்றேன், நீங்க வந்து அதுல இருந்து படிச்சுக்கோங்க.
இந்த புக்ல எந்த பேஜ்னு சொன்னீங்கன்னா கொஞ்சம் நல்லா இருக்கும்.
புக் என்கிட்ட இல்லம்மா.
நீங்க எதுல இருந்து எடுத்து சொல்றீங்க?
அக்கவுண்ட்ஸ் புக் இருக்குல்ல, ஃபினான்ஷியல் அக்கவுண்டிங் ஒரு புக் இருக்கு.
அதுல தான் நான் பார்த்தோம், அதுல இல்ல, அதனால தான் அந்த டவுட்.
நீங்க சொல்றது வந்து டிடில கொடுத்த புக். நான் புக்க பார்த்துட்டு உங்களுக்கு சொல்றேன் எது இருக்கு இல்லன்னு.
சரிங்க.
இப்ப
அதுதான்
ஆனா
கொஞ்சம்
இப்ப என்கிட்ட கையில இல்ல, நான் பார்த்துட்டு சொல்றேன்.
சரிங்க.
ஓகேவா?
யுனிவர்சிட்டில புக் தானே?
ஆமா ஆமா.
அது இல்ல, அதனால தான் கேட்டேன். நீங்க கொஞ்சம் பார்த்துட்டு கொஞ்சம்
நீங்க
கிளியர்
இல்லாதது
பண்ணுங்க.
நீங்க என்ன பண்ணுங்க, எழுதிக்கோங்க நோட்ஸ்.
இப்ப நீங்க அனுப்பிச்ச பிக்சர்ஸ் எல்லாம் எழுதிக்க சொல்றீங்களா?
எழுதிக்கலாம். எழுதிக்கலாம். நான் சொல்ற பாயிண்ட் உங்களுக்கு புதுசா இருந்தா எழுதிக்கலாம்.
சரிங்க மேம், தேங்க்யூ.
Can you see the screen?
Yes.
ma'am.
Okay, I was telling about type of transaction for double entry system. Can you remember? For every giving effect, we'll have one getting effect. Please mute your audio. One of your audio is on. So type of transaction,
We will have cash transaction, credit transaction, and non-cash transaction. So already I told you only in terms which can be convertible into cash. So all those things will be in terms of money will be recorded, but that is different from transaction type cash, credit, non-cash. So what is cash transaction? Anything you pay or anything. Whose audio is that? So anything in terms of cash, credit transaction, you will buy or you will. Can you find out whose audio is on?
Gayatri, or can you please mute your?
So credit transaction, when you are buying anything on credit, so telling that I will pay after 3 months or after 6 months I will receive, that is called as credit transaction. Then non-cash transaction is which do not arise. That is any which will not involve any cash transaction. That is depreciation. What is depreciation?
When a good loses its value over a period of time with the methods of
Yeah,
year and
when your assets
year and
become
clearance.
because of usage of assets, it gets diminishing. The value of assets will go down except one asset. What is that one asset? Which is
Goodwill,
not depreciable but
goodwill,
appreciable. No,
cash.
no. One asset which will not be depreciated. Value will be only going up even because of usage.
Land.
Yes. Land is only one asset which has got appreciable value, but all the other fixed assets will be depreciated. So
But if
depreciation, yes,
in a hypothetical equation, if a recession occurs, the values of land will also go down. Or in sudden sales of lands, also the value of land will go down.
that depends upon the misinterpretation what is happening. But land value when you are buying, it should go up. That is, for example, if I am buying a building with land for 50 lakhs, but after 5 years or 10 years, it is sold at 1 lakh. That 1 lakh, you will have 70% of land value in that, 30% will be from building value. Building value will be depreciable, but land value is appreciable. Land alone, when you have land alone, it has got only appreciable. So in accounting, land will not be depreciable. So depreciation, why it is a non-cash transaction? You
Because
all said
it doesn't incur that any cans transactions.
yes, it is only a deduction in the
In,
value. It
in
is not supposed to be paid to anybody else. But what that amount will be done by an organization?
it is shown as liability in balance.
Liability, no.
Uh,
It is an expenditure which will be shown in profit and loss account.
expenditure.
But yeah, depreciation, it is an expenditure. When it is shown as an expenditure, then only assets value after certain years it will be equal to zero. And then the next period you will be buying a new asset. Have you seen any company using obsolete machine, outdated machine for more than 50 years or 60 years or 40 years? They will not use it. Why? Because they will be getting out uh, unquality products. So they have to change the machineries also. That is a fixed asset. But depreciation, they have given you, it is a non-cash transaction. Why it is a non-cash transaction? We are not paying anything to a person. That is not going out of the organization, or that is not paid within the organization, but that amount will be kept aside. Why this amount will be kept aside is when you will accumulate all the amount of depreciation. For example, your lifetime of the asset is 10 years and you charge depreciation for 5,000 for 1 year. So after 10 years, your value of amount you will have is 5,000 into 10 years. It will be 50,000 rupees you have. So with 50,000, you will put additional amount and you will be buying a new machine in the place of old machine. Old machine will be sold at a scrap value. So that is why it is called as a non-cash transaction. And return of goods. When you bought
Ma'am,
goods and you are, yes,
if in any case if our asset is getting appreciation, we'll show it as revenue.
yes, any increase in the value will be a revenue. That is profit on sale of assets, 1 point you have.
That will occur only we will sell the goods. If only the value of the good is increased, we can show the appreciation as revenue.
See, any asset,
Like,
if you are
like
selling
gold or land, as you said.
for an organization, when you are selling anything, you will be making us to have extra profit, extra revenue. It can be also sometimes sales revenue is also there. So when you work out problem, you will understand. What is return of goods, sales returns or purchase returns? Or both?
Huh?
Return of goods.
Both are both
The return
purchases
of
and
goods,
sales.
whether it can be sales or whether it is purchase, it is
Both.
also called as non-cash transaction. Why? Because already you have paid or received money. So there is only an adjustment in that. Either you will adjust the cash or you will pay or you will give some other goods in the place of returning. So that is can be sales returns or purchase returns. Then the next one is classification of account science. If you are from science background, so please understand these concepts. This will be helpful for understanding or write down in a notebook. So please keep an accounts notebook for writing down or working out problem. I will be working out one problem and I will be asking you to work out the problem same time or giving as homework, whatever it is. So there are three types of accounts. Again, is it Gayatri? Personal account, real account, and nominal account. So these are the three types of accounts we have. So personal account, real account, and nominal account. So personal account is relating to the name of the person. Anything which is relating to the person, it comes under personal account. So real account is anything relating to the assets. That is called as real account. Nominal account is anything relating to the revenue and the expenditure will be called as nominal account. So these are the three. Accounting is different from accounts. So real account, nominal account, and personal account. So personal account, debit the receiver, credit the giver. Please note down the rule. This will be useful for learning accounting. Debit the receiver, credit the giver. Debit what comes in, what goes out will be real account rule. And nominal account rule is debit all expenses and losses, credit all incomes and gains. So debit the receiver, credit the giver. Personal account. What is personal account?
Savings bank account.
Savings bank account.
Concerning the individuals.
There's any account transaction or any dealings relating to the person or the individuals will be personal account. Anybody else can tell what is real account? So real
Real account
account
deal
is
with property.
property is assets. Then nominal account is relating to the expenses and revenue. So what is
Losses.
the rule? I repeat again, the rule of accounts is for personal, debit the receiver, credit the giver. For nominal, for real, debit what comes in, credit what goes out. And for nominal, debit all expenses and losses, credit all incomes and revenue. So this is what you have to follow in writing journal and then post on to the next ledger, then your final accounts, trial balance, whatever it is. So next we will move on to the next topic in accounting. Is first step in accounting is preparation of journal. That is, first we have seen it is documenting, systematic recording. Systematic recording is done with the help of preparing journal. You will record first in the place that is journal. It is called as it is a book, it is a notebook, or it is a books of accounts where you will be writing what is happening in every day's activities of your organization. So the word journal is derived from a Latin word journ, which means a day. So journal. So every day's transactions will be recorded, and it is recorded in chronological order. What is chronological order? So whenever you are recording, it is recorded date wise. Am I audible?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it is
Yes.
recorded date wise. So it should not change the order. Yesterday's transaction should not be written with today's date, and today's transaction must not have been written with yesterday's date. So that should be avoided. So date wise, order wise, it should be recorded. That is a must thing in accounting. So it is recording in a chronological order in documents. The books of account is called as journal. After recording in a journal, we will move on to the next one, that is called as ledger. So ledger is posting the transactions from the journal to the ledger. That is taking the transaction from systematic record to recording in terms of the accounts, that is based upon the account. So you will have all the accounts names what you have in the journal: bank account, cash account, person's account, fixed assets account, land account, building account. All those things will be prepared under ledger. So ledger is a nature. We are recording everything in the journal in the chronological order, and after chronological order recording, next is to be posted to the ledger, and in the ledger it will be showing debit or credit. So left hand side is called as debit and right hand side is called as credit in the ledger, and it will be recording all those things what you have written in the journal will be transferred to the ledger. So the ledger again, it will have one more division, is subdivision ledger, credit ledger, debtors ledger. So subdivision ledger is, you will have internal, there is more ledger on the base of real account, nominal account, personal account. So all those accounts will be posted in terms of debit and credit. So debit the receiver, credit the giver will be recorded in the journal, and after recording it, you will be posting into the ledger. So taking from journal and writing into the ledger, that is called as posting. So you will do in ledger. So general ledger, what is the difference between a journal and the ledger? So journal is a book of first entry, and ledger is a book of second entry. First journal, second one is ledger. Then next one, in the preparation of final account, journal is not useful. But ledger is most important. Why? Because using a ledger, you will prepare trial balance. Then transaction in the journal will be recorded immediately, but transaction in the ledger will be recorded after some time. And journal may not reveal whether one customer is a debitor or a creditor, but ledger will be showing you who is a debtor and who is a creditor. So these are the two differences between journal. So these are the few differences between journal and ledger. So one is books of original entry and the other one is books of second entry. Then after preparing ledger, next you will move on to preparation of trial balance. So first step in preparation of final accounts is preparation of trial balance. So in the double entry system of bookkeeping, there will be credit for every debit and there will be a debit for every credit. That is what the double entry system of bookkeeping. Every debit will have a corresponding credit, every credit will have a corresponding debit. So the trial balance generally does not include stock in hand at the end. So anything outside the trial balance will be depreciation, stock, closing stock, all those things will not be recorded in the trial balance. The trial balance is to check whether your ledger have been prepared properly or not. So if your ledger account is properly posted and balance is founded carefully, your trial balance will be having both equal balance on debits and credits. That we will do one problem and we will find out. So trial balance will be tallying so that there will not be any balance. If you have any balance, there is a problem in your preparation of ledger. Again, you have to, if there is any correction to be made in the ledger, you have to start from correcting your journal. Journal should be checked whether it is correctly written with the debit and credit. Then you have to check your ledger. Then again, you have to go for checking your trial balance. So if all these three things are not properly prepared, then there will be a mistake again in preparation of final accounts. ஸோ இதை மூணுமே சரியா பண்ணலைன்னா ஜேர்னல் எழுதுறது தப்பா இருந்துச்சுன்னா டெபிட்டை கிரெடிட்டாகவும் கிரெடிட்டை டெபிட்டாகவும் போட்டோம்னா கண்டிப்பா நமக்கு ஃபைனல் அக்கௌண்ட்ஸ் டேலி ஆகாது. ஃபைனல் அக்கௌண்ட்ஸ்ல வந்து பேலன்ஸ் ஷீட் ரெண்டு சைடுமே ஈக்குவல் அமௌண்ட் வரணும். ஸோ ட்ரையல் பேலன்ஸ் வில் ஆல்சோ ஷோ. ஆனால் ட்ரையல் பேலன்ஸ்ல வர அமௌண்ட் தான் பேலன்ஸ் ஷீட்ல வர அமௌண்ட்னு அப்படி கண்டிஷன் இல்லை. ட்ரையல் பேலன்ஸ் வில் டேலி. வாட் இஸ் த லாஜிக்? I have posted properly with all your transactions of every day that has happened in my organization. Debit and credit is rightly entered and rightly posted into the ledger and rightly carried forward to the trial balance. If everything is right, then rightly the trial balance will tally. So a trial balance is a list of all the balances standing on the ledger accounts and cash book of a concern at any given date. So this is how it happens. So trial balance preparation, we have to know capital, credit, it is a loan. எது வந்து கிரெடிட்ல வரும், எது வந்து டெபிட்ல வரும். Why opening stock is debit?
Because it is an asset of the company.
Opening stock is an asset, so assets will have debit. Or you always keep in mind assets and expenses will be debited, liabilities and income will be credited. Keep this point. Is it right? Liabilities and income will be credited or revenue will be credited. Then assets and your expenses will be debited. Capital, liability or asset? You have to tell me capital is a liability or asset? Liability. So it is credit. Stock, just now one person said that is asset. Purchases?
Asset, sir.
Purchases, why it is given as debit?
Because
Is
it
it
is
an
an
asset?
expense.
It is an expense. That is why it is debit. Sales?
Credit because
Sales
it
is
is
a
an
revenue.
revenue.
Sales is a revenue, so it is credit. Return inwards?
Debit.
Return inwards is purchase inwards or purchase returns or sales returns?
Sales return.
Sales returns. So sales, if it is credit, sales returns will be debit. So purchase, if it is debit, purchase returns will be credit. Wages expenditure, debit. Freight expenditure, debit. Transport expenditure, debit. So you have to know how to classify. So that's why I said generally expenses and your assets will be debited, then liabilities and income will be credited. Wages will be debited, then royalties, again it is a asset, it is debited. Gas fuel expenditure, discount received revenue, discount allowed expenditure, bad debts expenditure, bad debts reserve, it is a revenue, it is credited. Commission received revenue, repairs, it is an expenditure, it is debited. So debit or credit, finalize and write on the side of the particular transaction, then post it to the trial balance. So all these things, there is salaries expenditure debit, loan taken liability credit, interest received, it is a revenue, credit, interest allowed, expenditure, insurance expenditure, carriage outwards expenditure, advertisement expenditure, petty receipts nave revenue, income tax expenditure, office expenditure, customs duty expenditure, sales tax expenditure. The provision for discount on debtors, it's an income, so it is credit. Provision for discount on creditors, it is expenditure. So all those things is given clearly. So you should know how to classify it and find out what is the balance of your trial balance. Shall I give one problem in trial balance? You just tell me the total. So please take one paper or your notebook, or I will send a photo. Just tell me what is the trial balance total. Can do it, or any doubt do you have? or not in the mood to write? Feeling hungry? If you are giving me answer, I will move on to the next one.
Yes.
So you want me to move on to the next one?
No, please give the.
Okay, ma'am.
Shall I send one photo text only or two or three?
No, we send one problem.
Please mute your audio, please. Can I see the question? This question is visible?
No, because the.
No, ma'am. No, no.
Now?
No, ma'am.
Yeah.
Is the
And the
opening
right,
stock
the right
10,000?
hand side amounts are not clear.
You just write the, I will tell you, capital 60,000, or otherwise I will post it again. You just start.
Ma'am, please try to send it in the message box, please.
Okay.
Not clear.
Wait, wait. I will send again.
Ma'am, I think the chat is being disabled by the admin.
Now, chat it is not available. Again, I will send, I will share. Is it clear now?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
No need to write the question. You just find out the total. Just write debit or credit and tell me the total. What is the total of both debit and credit? If you want, I will tell you how to write for the newcomers also. The paper is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
So you have to put a heading for trial balance.
Okay, ma'am.
Then 3 columns you should have: particulars, debit, credit. So this is the columns you have to write, and write
No,
the particulars here.
we don't write LF in this.
No, ledger folio not needed here. This is what the columns we have to put. So if it is debit, you will write in this. If it's credit, you will write. And both the columns, if you total, it should come equally. Understood?
Please
Shall
take the
I share the
question.
question again?
Yeah.
To find out the answer.
Ma'am, if you can just make it in the landscape, I think it will be more clear.
Is it okay now?
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Finish?
No.
Or shall I tell you the answer? You'll find out the answer later.
Just 1 minute, ma'am.
Please wait.
Okay, I'll give you the answer. Instead of waiting, we will check the answer in the next class. To see whether you get the answer of the trial balance, both the sides, you should get. Anybody got? So hereafter for accountancy class, please keep a calculator in your hand. Don't tell I'm having my mobile phone. Keep a calculator for calculation purpose. Okay, the answer you should get is 1,92,700. Did you note it down? 1,92,700.
Yes, ma'am. I got the answer.
What is your name?
Gayatri.
Okay. Why Gayatri's audio was not muted in between? Okay, congratulations for getting the right answer. Did you put all debit
Thank
and
you,
credit
ma'am.
correctly? Outstanding salaries debit or credit? What Gayatri? Outstanding salaries debit or credit?
Debit, ma'am.
Debit. Yeah. Okay, what is your good name? Vada. From Pondicherry? Okay, okay. Nice to hear from Hyderabad lab. Before 2 months, I also came to Hyderabad. Okay, we'll proceed. I will send one more problems at the end of this hour. You can work out. So trial balance will be very easy. We'll move on to the next one, final accounts. And before final accounts, I want to know how many of you are fresh to write journal and ledger. Please raise your hands. I doesn't know how to write a journal, post it to ledger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I will teach you to write in form of journal for one or four, 5 to transactions. Then you try to write for the other transactions. Is it right? What about others? Can you help others to learn? Or even if you want, you can check whether you are able to write the right journal entry. So what is a journal? Journal is a books of first entry or second entry?
First entry.
First entry.
So journal is a book of first entry. So I will write down certain transactions and I will also tell you how to write a journal and how to post into ledger. First, please mute your audio. Okay, first, can you see the paper?
No.
No.
No. Bought furniture. Purchase account data to cash.
Purchase account data to?
Cash.
No. So you can see that.
Sorry, furniture.
Anyone,
Furniture account data to
okay,
cash.
1 minute. Any one science student, can you tell me what are the two aspects you have in this transaction? I have written bought furniture from Ramesh for cash.
Furniture account debtor, cash account creditor.
Don't tell me journal. What are the two aspects you have? See, when you are doing a transaction, two things will happen. One is here, I will write, I am buying furniture. Second thing, how I am buying furniture? I am paying
by using cash.
by using cash. Should I write cash or I should write Ramesh? Why
You
it is
should
not
use
written as
cash.
Ramesh? Okay. I have two aspects, furniture and cash. So bought furniture from Ramesh for cash. So I bought furniture paying cash. So what is the furniture is an? What is furniture?
Asset.
Asset. Cash.
Cash is asset.
Cash is also asset. And asset comes under which account? Real account, personal account, or nominal account?
Real account.
The real account. So this is also real account and this is also real account. What is the rule of real account?
What comes in debit, what goes out
Debit.
credit.
What comes in?
Debit what comes in, credit what
Credit.
goes out.
What
Goes out.
goes out. So this is what the rule we have to follow. So which account is to be debited? So how I will write? Furniture account data. For example, amount is 5,000. Why I have debited furniture? Debit what comes in. When I buy furniture, furniture comes inside my organization. What goes out? Cash goes out. I have to pay cash. So, to cash account 5,000 and within brackets being furniture purchased for cash. Any science students, anybody has got doubt? It doesn't know how to maximize this video full screen. Is it visible for you?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, ma'am. Visible.
Okay, I will. Any science student, anybody has got doubt in this journal?
No, ma'am.
So very clear with one journal. I'm very happy. Okay, why this is not? If I'm writing the same journal like this, furniture account data, rupees 5,000 to Ramesh account 5,000. I'm telling this is wrong. Why? Why it is wrong?
Cash வந்திருக்குமே அதுல.
So, for example, questionலயே வந்து bought furniture from Ramesh அப்படி நிறுத்திட்டா என்ன journal வரும்?
ரமேஷ்னு வரும் மேம். அது கிரெடிட்.
So, if it is given name of the person for cash னு கொடுக்காம விட்டு இருந்தாங்கன்னா, if it is left out, so that shows that furniture is bought on credit, not on cash.
அந்த இடத்துல கேஷ்னு வரலனா அது கிரெடிட்ல வரும் மேம்.
Yes. So, ஆனா நேமையும் கொடுத்து கேஷையும் கொடுத்தது வந்து கன்ஃபியூஸ் பண்றதுக்காக.
எஸ் மேம்.
So, அப்ப நம்ம நேம் பார்த்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் என்ன பண்ணுவோம்? furniture account data to ரமேஷ்னு எழுதிடுவோம்.
ஆமா மேம். அது நம்ம குழப்பறதுக்காக.
So, you should be very careful. If it is not given for cash, it is credit. And they have given name and they have also given cash, so it is only cash transaction. So, which is correct? Furniture account data to cash is correct.
Yeah, ma'am.
So, I will give you one transaction. You tell me what is the answer. Goods sold to Yasoda. Goods sold to Yasoda. What is the journal?
Yasoda account data to sales account.
So Yasoda account data to sales account. Two aspects. One is Yasoda and the other one is sales. Yasoda on the personal account or real account?
Personal account.
Personal account.
Yasoda is personal account and sales is
real account, ma'am.
Real account. Sales.
Yeah, ma'am.
Nominal account இல்லையா? Sales revenue ல வருமா asset ல வருமா?
Revenue.
Sales is revenue. So Yasoda account data to sales
Sales.
account. And what is a journal? Cash withdrawn from bank. Cash withdrawn from bank.
Cash account data to drawings account.
Drawings. No. So question is cash withdrawn from bank. So what are the two aspects you have? One is cash and the other one is bank. Can you see? Cash when the real or personal or nominal?
Real, ma'am.
So cash is real. What is bank?
Bank is normal, ma'am.
Normal, nominal. No, bank is personal.
Personal.
Bank is
Personal.
personal. So real account rule is debit what comes in, credit what goes out. So cash account debitor, creditor. Cash withdrawn from bank. Cash varda poda.
வருது ma'am.
So cash will be debited. Cash account data to bank account.
Bank account.
So this will be the journal for cash withdrawn from bank. Bank is a personal account. It is not a real account. Cash is a real account. Is it right?
Yeah, ma'am.
Are you all able to understand? Science students, you should keep one step forward. You should work out extra. Is it right? Extra problems, if you work out, you can learn. Okay, journal. And how to post into ledger? How many of you doesn't know how to post into ledger? For example, you see this furniture account data to cash account. How it will be posted? By preparing a ledger. If you will prepare two ledger accounts, one is, I will write here, furniture account and cash account. What is the journal we have written? Furniture account data to cash. So in furniture account, you will write on the debit side to cash 5,000 and in cash account buy furniture 5,000. This is how you will post into your ledger. Can you see? In furniture buy to cash, in cash buy furniture. So what was the journal we have written? Bought furniture from Ramesh for cash. Furniture account data to cash account. So furniture account to cash. Why? Because furniture account is debited in the journal, so on the debit side. And in cash account on the credit side. Why? Because cash account is credited in the journal. So in cash account buy furniture, in furniture account to cash account. This is how you prepare ledger after journal. Journal is first step, ledger is second step, trial balance is third step. So first step is recording is journal, second step is classifying is ledger, third step summarizing is trial balance and final accounts is summarization. You have any doubt in this?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Shall we continue for another 10 minutes or we want to wind up? You all want to wind up?
Ma'am, just want to know how will you be sharing the PPT?
PPT I will share when you have any group. If you form a group, I will share in the group. Otherwise, I will create a link and I will share in the next class. And how I send questions? Do you have
think
any
we are
questions
The
receiving
in
the
group
your
will
email.
be
textbook?
okay, like it will be easier for us.
What will be easy?
I mean, from the DDE, we used to receive the email. I mean,
Okay.
if you can contact that HOD or
Okay,
something,
I
I
will
think they
ask
can
ma'am
easily.
and I will send mail if it's possible. You have your
Thank
textbook. Any questions you have in ledger, journal, in question unit 2 or unit 1 in textbook? Or I will take a photo and send it now. Can you all take a screenshot from that? Is it possible? I want you to work out some problems on your own for ledger, then trial balance. Then in next class we will move on to trial. There is final accounts. So which will be better?
You're
Or you
asking
will
for
work?
the problems.
Yeah. For the problems, I'm asking whether you have any questions in your textbook that was given by university. Just open your textbook and see whether you have any questions from the following transaction journalize.
Yes, ma'am.
You have. Then you work out those problems. Is it okay?
Yeah,
Yes,
the
okay.
studying is in progress.
Yeah, you can work out those problems. If you have any doubt, you can ask me. If the answer is not tallying, or I will share only one question now. For tomorrow's class, see to that you are ready with the answer of preparation of journal and ledger with trial balance.
Ma'am,
Yes,
ma'am,
yes.
இங்க இங்க டவர் ப்ராப்ளம் கொஞ்சம் எதுவுமே சரியா கேட்கல மேம். விட்டு விட்டு லெஃப்ட் ஆகி வந்துச்சு. நெட்வொர்க் ப்ராப்ளம்னால என்ன சொல்
என்னோடது யாருக்குமே கேட்கலையா நிறைய பேருக்கு?
லாஸ்ட்ல
மற்றவங்களாம்
தான் அந்த கேஷ் அக்கௌண்ட் சொன்னோம். கேஷ் அக்கௌண்ட் சொன்னோன்னு தான் அப்போதான் வந்துச்சு. நெட்வொர்க் ப்ராப்ளம்னால சரியா வரல.
யார் உங்களோடது நெட்வொர்க்கா இல்லை என்னோடதா?
இல்ல
உங்களோடது
என்னோடது
கரெக்டா
மேம்.
இருக்கு மேம்.
உங்களோடதா?
இங்க நெட்வொர்க் ப்ராப்ளமா இருக்குது. ஸோ அதனால அது வெளியில போயிட்டு வருதுன்னா என்ன சொன்னீங்கன்னு எனக்கு அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட்.
டெக்ஸ்ட் புக்ல இருக்க சம்ம வந்து போட்டு பார்க்க முடியுமான்னு கேட்டேன்.
மேம் எனக்கு டெக்ஸ்ட் புக்ல ஒரு டிரான்சாக்ஷன் லெட்ஜர் கொஞ்சம் டவுட்டா இருக்கு
மேம்
சொல்றீங்களா?
சம் டேலி ஆகுது. அதுதான் மேம் டவுட் ஆகுது. எப்படி சொல்றீங்க?
ட்ரையல் பேலன்ஸா?
லெட்ஜர்
ட்ரையல்
லெட்ஜர்
பேலன்ஸ் டேலி ஆகலையா? லெட்ஜரா?
லெட்ஜர்ல ஒரு டிரான்சாக்ஷனுக்கு தெரியல எனக்கு
என்ன டிரான்சாக்ஷன்
சொல்றீங்களா?
சொல்லுங்க. அந்த டிரான்சாக்ஷன் என்ன?
Additional capital brought into business and banked.
Brought into business and bank, it was deposited into bank. Additional capital cash உள்ள வருதுல்ல? Capital introduce என்ன journal எழுதுவீங்க? Capital introduced. What is a journal?
Cash account data to capital account.
Cash account data to capital. Then what will be the journal for additional capital?
அதேதான் மேம் வரும்.
அதேதான் வரும். ஆனா it was bankedன்னு கொடுத்திருக்காங்க. So it was deposited into bank.
Bank account data to capital account.
So cash to capital, then it will be deposited into bank means bank. So I will send one question now. You write down the answer for tomorrow's class.
Okay ma'am.
Screenshot எடுக்க முடிஞ்சா எடுத்துக்கோங்க.
Okay ma'am.
Can you see the question?
Can I know what time exactly the class starts?
For third hour or for the morning session?
Yeah, for the morning one.
Morning 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 12 to 1, 1 to 2 is lunch break, then 2 to 3, 3 to 4.
Thank you.
Can you see the question?
Yeah, ma'am.
You just take a screenshot.
Okay, ma'am.
Everyone, you have to prepare, write down a journal and then prepare ledger.
Okay, ma'am.
Ma'am, can you please make it landscape, please? Ma'am? Thank you, ma'am.
மேம் இது எப்படி உங்களுக்கு ஷேர் பண்றது?
ஷேர் பண்ண வேண்டாம், நீங்க நோட்ல போட்டு வச்சுக்கோங்க, நாளை கிளாஸ்ல நம்ம டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ணலாம்.
ஓகே.
Okay? Okay, shall we wind up for today's class? Yes?
மேம் ஆஃப்டர்நூன்
Afternoon?
ஆஃப்டர்நூன் உங்க கிளாஸ் வேற சப்ஜெக்ட்
2 hours வந்து நானே கண்டினியூ நானே திரும்ப எடுத்தேன்னா அப்புறம் இன்னொரு சப்ஜெக்ட்ல எப்போ படிப்பீங்க?
சரி சரி
மேம்,
Yes.
ஸ்டூடெண்ட் சப்போர்ட் சர்வீஸ் இருக்குல்ல, அதுல வந்து பிபிடில வந்து நீங்க அப்டேட் பண்ணுவீங்களா வெப்சைட்ல?
மேம் கிட்ட உங்களோட மெயில் ஐடி இருக்கும்ல, மெயில் வாங்கி நான் ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் பண்ண முடியுமான்னு பார்க்குறேன்.
ஓகே மேம், தேங்க்யூ.
Okay.
Ma'am, this class will be repeated because actually my work is from Sunday to Thursday.
Okay.
So just was wondering if this class will be repeated on any Saturday
It will
sessions.
not be repeated. Your class is from 5th to 19th, I think so. 5, 6, 12, 13 and 19. So only these 5 days you will be having classes.
I mean for all the 5 subjects, right?
For all the 5 subjects. Every day you'll have 1 hour for each subject. But today, because of second hour, I have taken 2 hours today.
Okay, ma'am.
So totally 5 hours. Within that 5 hours, I will try to give my best in accounts.
மேம் உங்க நம்பர் ப்ளீஸ் ஷேர் பண்ணுங்களேன்.
Okay, I will share in the next class. So please cooperate with me. We will not be able to finish if you are not cooperating. Work out extra problems, ask doubts, clear your doubts, then you can clear your paper.
Okay,
Ma'am,
ma'am.
is there any possibilities to open a group like WhatsApp group so that it will be easier for everyone?
You find out from the coordinator whether you can start, but we have not given any instructions to start a WhatsApp group.
Because I'm living abroad and it's the time there is a time lapse, so it's very difficult to coordinate.
You keep in touch with any one of the students in this group. This is the time for all the 5 days. This is the time 10 to 4. In between 1 to 2 is the lunch time. Yes. Okay, shall we wind up?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll
Thank you,
see you in
ma'am.
the next class.
Yes, ma'am.
Have your lunch and
Ma'am?
come back at 2 o'clock. Yes, sir.
Okay. No, I was asking the same. I mean, you answered it. Thank you.
Yes, okay. 2 o'clock, 2 to 3 and 3 to 4. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank
Hi, is anyone okay with sharing making a group or anything? Because it's very difficult to understand in this video. Please, if anyone can you make that, please?
Yeah, I think we can make it, but I don't know how we can collect the interested members.
Because the one who is listening, like யாரெல்லாம் கேக்குறாங்க அவங்க நம்மளுக்கு at least share ஆச்சு பண்ணலாம் அந்த groupல, like whatever happening in the day, because it's very difficult to understand in this one. Please, I can see many people are there, so someone can take an initiative and do that.
I mean, right now, I mean, there is this message. The chat is itself it's disabled, so I don't know how we are going to communicate. I mean, even to share the numbers to create the WhatsApp.
Yeah, got it. Because yeah, chat isn't available.
I think in the first lesson, when Mr. Aravind case, when he has promised that he is going to create a group, but still I don't know how he's going to create a group because I don't know how he'll be getting all his numbers.
Actually, I just joined this class now, so I don't know what happened previously, and it's very difficult, to understand by our own. So
Yes, I understand. Now, in the first class, the message. I think in the first class it was enabled the chat. Then I think the admin disabled it. I guess so.
Hello. Hello.
2 o'clock அப்புறம் தான் இனிமேட்டு கிளாஸ் இருக்கும். இப்போ லஞ்ச் பிரேக்.
இல்ல ஒன் டவுட்.
மேம் இல்லை இங்கே இப்போ எல்லாருமே இப்போ லஞ்ச் பிரேக்கில் தான் இருக்காங்க.
ஹலோ.
இல்ல மேம் ரிப்பேர்டா ஓகே. இப்போ வந்து அவங்க லெசன் எடுத்தாங்கன்னா அது புக்ல இல்லையே, அது எப்படி இப்போ ஒரு சம்ம கொடுத்துருந்தாங்களா புக்ல இல்ல, எப்படி?
இது அடுத்த கிளாஸில் வந்துட்டு ஷேர் பண்ணுவாங்கன்னு சொன்னாங்க மேடம்.
அப்படியா? சரி சரி ஓகே. ஆனா இங்க சரியா டவர் ப்ராப்ளமா நெட்வொர்க் ப்ராப்ளம், போன சப்ஜெக்ட் கூட எதுவுமே கவனிக்க முடியல இந்த லெசனுமே. சரி இப்போ மேம் சொன்னதும் இப்போதான் வந்து நான் ஜாயின் பண்ணாங்கன்னு எனக்கு தெரியல என்ன சொன்னாங்க சொல்லிட்டு அதுதான். சரி ஓகே ஓகே.
ஓகே.
இந்த கிளாஸோட ரெக்கார்டை கிடக்குமா எங்கேயாவது? ஹலோ 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 Can
Hello.
recorded classes? Hello.
Good afternoon to you all.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, very good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon, sir.
Again, so it's quite good to get back in here. So for this unit 2, so the entire, so first we are divided entire unit on the basis of functions of management. So morning itself, I'm very clearly to say we have 5 functions: planning, organizing, directing, controlling, and coordinating, something related of that, right? So these 5 functions, which is comes to divide the different units from your principles of management. So unit 1, which is generalized about management. Unit 2, from unit 2, it comes planning. Unit 3, it comes organizing, something. All these 5 functions which is comes in your unit 2 to unit 5 or unit 8, which is wider. So this is what the entire principles of management, which is engaged only for the functions of management. So unit 2, which is quietly belongs organizing, planning. Let me see one by one, which is related of planning. Okay. Okay. So come to the part about planning. What do you understand about planning? Planning, I'm very clearly to say, planning, which means it's a functions of management. Maybe one of the functions of management. Planning is the first functions of management. Am I right? Or? So then, what do you think about planning? Planning is previously to think what we are going to do. That is planning. Planning, which means what we are going to do. That means what to do, when to do, how to do, where to do, then uh, which way we have to be do it. Everything which is comes under planning. So that is predetermination, course of an actions. So in organizing the planning, which is the foremost function of functions of management, as well as this one is a very initially to start whatever the planning of management actions, right? That is what I said given the statement. Planning is the function of management that involves setting objectives and determining a course of action for achieving those objectives. So planning requires that managers be aware of environmental conditions, right, facing their organizations and forecast future conditions. So it's a simply we call it as determining the future course of an actions. What we are going to do, that we have to be determine it now. That is what planning, right? Then only one definition that I given here, because we have to be discussed. What I said, planning is deciding in advance what to do, when to do, and who is to do it. Right? It bridges a gap from where we are to where we want to go. So it makes it possible for things to occur which would not otherwise happen. So what I said earlier, planning which is comes, that is the statement which is given by Kunz and O'Donnell, right? This is what a planning definition that already I discussed regarding that. Okay, come to the part about nature of planning. What kind of the nature which is comes related of planning? Maybe planning is goal oriented, maybe planning which is think oriented, maybe planning which is management functions, maybe planning which is looking forward on futures. That all the things, what is that? Planning. What I given, that is all are concerned as a planning. What I said, the first point is Goal oriented, yes, exactly. Because simply think on our own, what we are planning organization, that all the things we decide for, then pervasive. So all pervasive, which means what? We have to think what's overcome. So this as progresses, right? So planning is always helps to concerned actions, right? So all the plans, planning is concerned as a universal, right? Pervasiveness, which means universal. So how we are going to be achieve our how we are going to be achieve our organizational goal. So not only concerned of a particular work, so planning which is spread in all pervasiveness, not only for the future courses, not only for buying of new missionaries, not only for concerning to factors analysis, not only concern how the consumers have to think. So it's has to be applied in all kind of the activities, all of pervasiveness, that is we consider as universal. Planning is a basic management functions, yeah, of course. Planning is the foremost function in management, that is what basic. This is the first, planning is the first management functions. So then planning is forward looking. Planning is only concerned as a future, right? What we are going to do in our next day, that we have to be planned today. It's looking only forward on future, not now. Planning involves selection among alternatives. Planning which is more helpful to have an alternative ideas, which is more suitability for our organizations or for our concern. That is we concerned as a planning. Any doubt? I can move to the next. Only 5 or 6 points. Okay, I think so. We no need to go get all the points, because if I go for all the points, definitely it may take more time. Is it fine? Shall I move to the next? Okay. Importance of planning, right? Planning provides directions. Planning is always be a director what we are going to do. Planning which helps to know what we have to, it's like a blueprint, right? Because we are already concerned of planning which makes what we are going to be doing now, that has to be properly directed, right? Then planning provides a unified framework, right? Planning provides a unified framework, which means the program which is concerned about organizations, right? So we have a proper structure, what we are going to do first, what we are going to be second. It has to be a proper unified framework, right? It has to be properly recorded, it has to be properly structured, right? Then planning is economical. How can I say planning is an economical? Of course, planning is economical, which means we are framing of planning activities, or we are doing some planning work. So it is always more affordability, which is always more cheap, which is more given the more idea, which is always how it is given economically benefited, all those things which is properly planned. So planning reduces the risk of uncertainty, which means what? So to reduces the risk of uncertainty, that means it's only a concern of a prediction idea. So planning is a predictor. So what we are going to do, which is okay, which is not okay, everything has to be on our own assumptions and the predictions. So it is always concerned to reduces risk, which means quietly to reduces the risk, which helps to concern that planning is more suitability, that planning should be more affordability, that planning should be more acceptability, which means it is quietly to reduces the risk of uncertainty. That is then planning facilitates decision making. planning is one of the framework what I said earlier, right? It's a framework. So framework, which means it's kind of a directions we are moving according to what we are planned. We are going of our progress or the process according to our planning. We are doing whatever the things according to our planning, what we are structured, that all are taking proper decision making according to the planning of framework, right? So next, any doubt? Okay, so
No,
it's
sir.
quite, yeah. Okay, planning process. So planning process, where we started, it's a started of identification of an opportunity. It has to be till to taken and establishing sequence of activities. Come to the point. So we have different steps while doing of planning, right? Planning is also one of the processes that we have, how we have to be started, where we have to be ended. Okay, come to the point. Here, I given 8 points or 8 stages of planning processes. The first one is identification of opportunities. A second one is establishing of objectives, determining planning premises, search for alternatives, evaluation of alternatives, selection of an alternatives, formulation of secondary plan, establishing sequence of activities. Something this all are concerned as. Very shortly to say, identification of opportunity. Very initially, while we are starting off planning framework, you have identified what kind of the opportunities there are. So based on that, we are framing some objectives, establishing objectives. So objectives has to be framed. The next step is we are determining what kind of the premises existingly we have. That is what planning premises, right? So even we have search the alternative ideas. What we have, any other alternatives, any other better, any other best opportunities, everything we can be searched. That is the fourth stage. And fifth stage, establishing sequence of activities. We are establishing the standard activities and the actual activities. What we are going to do, how we are going to be sorted out, how we are going to be achieve it, everything very properly. Sequence of activities, which means which is first, which is second, that is accruing theory, right? Then the evaluation of alternatives, evaluation, which means we are evaluated the alternatives, that alternatives which is okay, which is not okay, which is best, which is not best, like we have evaluated each and every alternatives what we are certain. Then once we evaluated, we are finding which alternative is more suitability to our organization, which is okay, which is not okay. We can be select the alternative ideas. Then formulation of secondary plan, which means already primary plan is already created. The support documents, support actions of the plans, which is also be given some frameworks. Finally, we are establishment. Establishment, which means what we are evaluated, what we are selected, finally the establish of our planning system. That's all. Any doubt? So I'm starting to say about generally know about types of plan, objectives, policies, strategies, procedures, rules, program, side program, right? So two types of the plan is that one is repeated, another one is single use plan. Right? So what is that objectives? Objective generally you know about what is your exact primary aim. Based on the aim, we have to be given what we are going to be doing, right? Then policies, we are statement what we are going to do, which is okay, more suitability which we have to be adapted to our organization that we are creating policies. Strategy is always help the people to understand. Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hello, sir. Yeah, around 39.
Now it's okay?
Yes,
Everything is clear, right?
yes, sir. Clear, sir.
Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
sir.
Yes, sir.
கேக்குதுங்களா?
Audible, audible,
Yes,
audible.
sir.
ஏன் பிரேக் ஆயிடுச்சுன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். சம்திங் ப்ராப்ளம், நெட்வொர்க் ப்ராப்ளம்.
Signal problem இருக்கு சார் நடுவுல.
என் சைடில் ஓகே, ஐ திங்க் ஸோ.
Now
அந்த
it is
சைடில்
okay. Now
எங்கேயோ
it is
பிரச்சனை.
okay.
Okay, now it's okay. Fine. Shall I continue? Okay, I can continue the
Yes,
same.
sir.
Okay, the point has to be said,
Yes.
you know, strategy. Strategy, which means how we are going to be achieving, in which way we are going to be achieving, which is more possibility, which are more suitability, which is more cheapest car, which given the more profitability, something we are using of strategical ideas. Procedures, generally you know about the procedure. Even if you are doing some work, that there is a procedure that you get the permission from the higher official, something like. So every action there is a procedures which is made in a proper manner on through the procedure way. The rules, generally, you know, this is our rules, this is our rules, which means there is a structure, there is a statement where the peoples have properly returnable the rules which is on organizations. If there is something, if I just given examples regarding the rules. So if there is want to take a leave in that particular one of the employee want to take a leave, so here the rules is the pre-intimations on through somewhere, on through any kind of the communication, something like has to become. So rules has to be properly set up by the management, right? So come to this side, the single program, which means people who are frame frame uh, this is one has to be do it first, the second one this is has to be do it the second month, the third month this all of the things which is to it, like they are properly make a program. The second one is budgets. Budgets, which means allocated, where we are going to be funding of amount for the particular project, something like a proper intimator or given of proper awareness. Schedule, which means generally you know about The schedule, which means we have n numbers of the works in organizations. In that work, which we are going to be do it fast, which we are going to be do it then in the next week, or which we are going to be do it in our second schedule. The project, different projects which is received by the organizations, that the people who have properly scheduled it, which are going to be do it as a successful manner. This all are concerned as a types of plan. I can move to the next. Is it fine? Very interesting topic.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Very interesting topic. That means MBO. MBO, which means management by objectives. Simply, I can give only one verse about the MBO. MBO, which means the subordinate and the manager level who together. This is what MBO. What they are together to interact. The interactor between the organizational code. That is what MBO. MBO, which means where the superior and the subordinates jointly to identify the common objectives, that is we consider as a MBO. What I said here, I stated it's a process whereby superior, what I said, and the subordinate or what jointly identify. Jointly means sit together, right? Identify some common goals and set the results that should be achieved by subordinates. So here, think I am the manager in my organization. I bring the people of my subordinates. I can openly to talk. How can we sort it out this project? Because these people who are doing really as a field work, because manager I just be a director, so the subordinate should have what kind of the difficulties doing of this kind of the project, or sorted out this kind of the project, or how we have to be taking to success of this project, something, all those things which is very clearly to know about only subordinate. So for MBA concept, which is comes the MBO concept. So MBO is always helps the people are together, they are very clearly to interact what is actually happened there, how they are sorted out this kind of the problems, right? So MBO. So what I given here, it is a process whereby superior and subordinate joint identify common objectives, set the results that should be achieved by the subordinates, assess the contribution of each individual in terms of the results expected of them, then and integrates individual with the organization so as to the best use of organizational resources. That's all, right? Then, oh my god, process of MBO, right? What is process? Just a minute, I'll come. Simply, we talk about the process of MBO, which means what? Defining organizational goal, defining employees' objectives, continuous monitoring of performance and progress, evaluating performance, rewarding the employees, something, right? The process of MBO, which means what? I said MBO, which means sit together, yeah, who superior and subordinate, that's all. What they are talking, interacting regarding what, how we are going to be achieve the organizational goal or the common goal, something like. Okay, when I'm bringing to the process of MBO, which means what, I just know what is organizational goal, right? That is the first one. So I have defining organizational goal. Okay. The next point is I have identified what the employees' objectives. That is my second definition, second stages. Then I am a continuous monitoring of performance and progress. I am the person who are continuously to monitor what they actually do as a superior should be for proper follow up, right? So the thing which is concerned, what the people who are very clearly to identify what kind of the actions, what kind of the performance, how they are going to be doing it, what is the actual performance which is given by the output by the employees, everything very clearly to understandable and monitorable. Then evaluated the performance. I can evaluate it because different people who are working in my organization, I am evaluated which are the good performance, which are little good performance, which are worst performance. That is what I just want to know the best performance and the moderate performance and the worst performance, because that has to be showed the better, right? Then finally I can be given the reward of employee, because who have given the best output, I can give the reward through the financial and non-financial way, right? That is what process of MBA. Any doubt? Any doubt? Oh my God, benefits. Okay. What is actually benefited while doing of MBO? See, MBO, which is very much helpful, because what I said, the first point is encourages employee participation and engagement, right? See, every employee under the subordinates who are encourages, because the superior who are bringing together all the employees and asking and interacting, which is more motivated, because when I'm bringing of my employees, my subordinate, I can ask means the subordinate thoughts are very much very much happiness. They are very happy. Okay, the superior who may asking us also. So it is more encouragement, more employee participation and engagement or encourages. Second one is it's all a concern, promote self-growth, because I'm asking the questions, I'm getting the ideas, concern of idea from my subordinate also. It's self-motivated, self-growth, because I'm giving an opportunity to think of employees also. They are also giving of their own opinion. They are also given of their, oh my God, they are also given of their own ideas, uh, innovation, innovative information, everything which is there. Okay, then the process enhances communication. So it has quietly the two-way of communication, because encourages the communication, two-way of communication which is always be encourages, two-way of communication which is more helpful to getting more interactions between the superior and the subordinate. Then the MBO acts as a guide to achieving organizational goal, because when I sit together with my subordinate, it's so what I noted, what I can take the note, what we are interacted in that concern, that all are encourageable, that all are achieving, which is concerned as a guide, which is concerned as a direction, which is concerned as a the way of blueprint, right? Then the fifth point is MBO doubles up as an employee performance appraisal tool. So because while MBO, which is makes the people to given the good performance, while the people who are very much benefited, while the people have a clarity idea what is happened there, what we are discussed there, how we have to be sorted out there, everything which is discussed in that concern. Any doubt? Shall I?
No,
Next.
sir.
Okay. Okay, 5 and 6 is okay, I think so. Okay. To discuss all, I have to cover all the topics. It's fine, I think so, right? Okay. What is the problem of MBO? What the main disappointments or disadvantages of MBO, right? So here MBA also we have some problems, because problem is setting objectives. So while I'm bringing the people together and sit together and discuss about the problem, it is not a simple one. So many objectives, setting of objectives is quietly difficult because the different kind of the opinions from the superior side and the subordinate side. So problem in setting objectives is quietly difficult while together. Second one is, it is more applicable for short-term goals, not in long-term goals. Because long-term is always very much standard, more than 2 or 5 years more than it has to be engaged in that long-term goals. So the MBO concept which is more applicable only for the short-term goals. So time and cost have to be discussed, we have to be spending more time, discussions and work out everything which is more cost and the time. We should teach MBO class is something. Because why some of the employees doesn't know why we are together, for what purpose we are all there, for what purpose we are making to function, why we are there. So they are quietly to failure to teach regarding MBO concept or MBO philosophy, right? So the danger of rigidity. Okay. What I said, the danger of rigidity. What is that? All the times it's not flexible. MBO it's not flexible. Sometimes any important times or any risk time it is not flexibility. So then frustration. Generally, you know about sometimes when the peoples are together, so many frustrations which has happened, fortunately or unfortunately. This is what problems which is made or limitation of MBO. Okay. Then the concept which is concerned about decision making. So decision making is very important, which means deciding the best optional, best alternatives. So when we are talking about organizations, so many decision making which is there, we have to choose best solution. That solution is properly standard. That solution which is very clear. Decision-making is one of the very important part when I'm talking about management, when I'm talking about organizations, right? What I stated here, decision-making means choosing the best option among different choices based on a set of goals or criteria. It involves carefully analysis each option, considering its advantages and disadvantages, and then selecting the one of that is most likely to help achieve the desired outcomes. So what I said, decision making, we have to choose the best option. That option should be very much hopeful to our organizational goal. That is what we concern decision making. Okay. Type of types of managerial decisions. One is a personal and organizational decision, policy and operating decision, strategy and routine decision, program and non-programmed decision, individual and group decision. We have decision area. Personal, which means personally where we are decided, personal work, personal actions, personal family commitments, everything that all concerned as a personal decision. So personally, what you are decided, that is concerned as a personal decision, organizational decision. So regarding any kind of organizational actions that we call it as regarding the policy and operating, which means the organizational policies, organizational operating systems, the decision which is made. Your decision which is belongs related of that, that is concerned about the policies operating decisions. Strategy and routine decision, which means what? How we have to be shortly to finish up. What kind of the task which is very simply to made. How we have to be sort it out very, very strategical way. That is one kind of the decisions. Programmed and non-programmed, which means we are creating the program according to our work. according to our working systems. So now program related of that the decision which is made individual and group. Generally you know about individual group, generally group it's a department group, department based of work decisions, or the individually the people who have taking of the decision which is concerned about the decision action. So the different part or different disciplines, different uh, area where we are going to be decided in which situation we are going to be decided everything which is comes in this type of managerial decision. Any doubt? Shall I? Then process of decisions, right? Oh my god. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
I get network.
Yes, sir.
1 minute.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Are you able to visit my
Yes, sir.
okay.
Yes.
The process of decision making. Come to the point. What do you think about process of decision making? Even decision making, we have the different stages. So we started with defining a problem. Finally, we follow up. So defining the problem, which means there is some problem, we are going to be decided how we are going to be sorted out. This is what decision. So very initially to start with the defining of the problem. The problem is that we are going to be sorted, we are going to be decided, we are going to take decisions, something like that. Right? So the process of decision making, first one is defining the problem, then analyze the problem. Analyze, which means how it is started, how it is arised, the problem, how where it is started, the origin of the problem, everything we have properly analyzed. Then we are getting the alternatives, right? Developing of alternatives, ideas, how we have to be sorted out. So bringing to search the alternative ideas, that is development of alternative. Then evaluation of alternatives. Evaluation means we can be evaluated each alternative, which is strength, which is not strength, which is more supported, which is not more supported, everything we are evaluated. Then once we evaluated, we know which is okay, which is not okay. Then choose the alternatives. This decision is a very good decision that we can be decided. Then next stages is implementing the decision. Implementing the decision, which means what? We are implemented the decision. Okay, we are finally implemented the decision. Then we have to be follow up, which is how it is going on, how it has to becomes to be a progress, everything which is be a proper follow up. So this is what the decisions stages need of 1 minute. Okay, the common problems of decision making, right? Common problems of decision making. What kind of the common problems which is faced while you taking of decision making? Lack of adequate information. So where we are be taken to disappointed while taking of disadvantages. Huh? That is in decision making means we have lack of adequate information while you are taking of decision making. You are not getting all the information. You are not properly of reported. You are not properly getting of informations in related of that, right? So far we are facing some common problem in taking of decision making. So here, when you are losing or lacking of adequate information, you can't be able to take the good decision making. Second one is time pressure. you can be short to finish out. You are trying to finish as soon as possible means in that concern of time, maybe you can be face some problems related of decision making. The third one is in decisiveness on the part of decision making, indecisiveness on the taking of part of decision making, which means that people is always be taking decision which is related of what the problem which is concerned. You are vague idea, right? You don't know much clear about, you have vague idea, you have not properly getting related of information. So deceiveness, which means what, much idea about that. You have not clarity idea related of that. So that is also one of the concerns that you have to be facing problems related of that. The problem of evaluation, while using of evaluation, when you are evaluating all the alternatives, maybe you're concerned that you are evaluation is not properly concerned or properly evaluated. In that time also you are facing some problems related of decision making. The problem of confusing symptoms with cause, right? So confusions, generally you are confused with this or that. So maybe probability, right? So in that probability you can be face some maybe changingness. You can be faces some problems related of that. Then the last one is the lack of proper follow-up. Maybe you properly follow up. You are said your process stages is what? The end of the stages of decision making is what? Follow-up, right? So defining the problem started from the design, defining the problem, end of the thing is follow-up. So no proper follow-up, you are facing some difficulties. This is what actually happened there, right? Okay, unit 2 is finished, I think so. Any doubt from unit 2? Can I give the important questions from the unit 2?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir, please. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, please, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Tell me which one is the page number. Tell me the page number related of that.
57.
57, right?
Yes.
Okay, I got it. Here you have 6 questions. Am I right?
Yes, sir, 6 questions.
Importance of features of decision making. 1 minute. See, go for the syllabus. Just go for the syllabus. Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes,
So
sir.
go for the syllabus. Don't go for this
Yes.
question. So the important question from the syllabus, now I'm very clearly to say, right? Steps of planning, right? Steps in planning, the first line. That is very important question. Types
One
of
second,
plan.
sir.
Steps in planning. It's an important question.
Next, sir.
Types of plans. That's also important. The next one is any question which is comes related of MBO. Any questions, maybe steps of MBO, step or process of MBO, maybe problems or advantages of MBO. Any question which is related of MBO questions you may expect, right? Then, so the process, benefits and problems. Any three, one of the question which is comes in for MBO related. So then you can expect the small questions, maybe objective, strategy, policy, procedure. Maybe you can expect a small questions, right? Objectives, strategies, policies and procedures. Maybe what is the nature of what is mean by strategies, right? Related of that, like, so don't go for these questions. Okay, any doubt? It's clear. Okay, then I can move to my unit 3. My dear student, do you want to ask any questions for my previous unit 2? You want to share any informations here? You want to register any informations here? Is it fine? Hello? Okay. I think so. Mm. Okay. I can move to my unit 3. 1 minute. So this is my second function, not my second function. Our management second function is what? Organizing. I said planning, organizing. Am I right or wrong? Planning, organizing. Okay, what I said about organizing. Organizing means what? I'm bringing together the people, given the authority and responsibility. That's all. This is organizing. Am I right or wrong? See, organizing means organizing the people. Organizing with the people, I keep on line up. For what purpose? This is your responsibility. This is your daily work. This you have to be doing it. This is your goal. That all we have given to the people and make it proper work. That is what organizing. Organizing, which means bringing all the people together and given a proper authority and responsibility regarding the achieving of organizational goal, that is we consider as organizing. Am I right or wrong? So what I given and stated here, organizing is the management function that follows after planning. It involves the assignment of tasks, the grouping of tasks into departments, and the assignment of authority with adequate responsibility, allocation of resources across the organization to achieve common goals. That's all. What I given, very similar, right? So don't confuse nothing about that. Come to the point about nature or characteristics of organizations. So nature, which means what? Organization, organizing. I just divide the people, allocated the work. That is what division of labor. Am I right or wrong? Dividing the people. So because if it's a production people, I given divide the people, production people. You just go and produce the goods. I divide the people regarding the finance department. So those people who have well known about the accounting system, you can go and do it the related of financial accounting system. So I bring in those people who have well aware about marketing. So I just bringing to market area and asking about the responsibility related of marketing work. So here organizing, which means dividing the group or grouping of the people related of particular nature of job. Am I right or wrong? That is what someone who are related of quality checking, someone who have related of R&D, something research and development area. So all the peoples who are properly divided according to the nature of the job. That is what division of labor is the first one. Second one is common purpose. See, common purpose, which means I bring to divide all the people, that all the people who have a common purpose. The common purpose, which means what? Everybody have some goal. The all the goals which is together our organizational goal. That is what our department are very clearly to denoted. Everybody have their separate goal. That entire separate goal which is concerned as a common goal, that is common purpose. So communication, which means what? We are very clearly to given a proper communication what the people who have to be work, what's their targeted, what's their work, how where they are given the feedbacks and the proper report, everything very clearly to denoted in the communication systems that is organizing. So that's also one of the characteristics of the natures. Then authority and responsibility structure. What is that authority and responsibility? Who is the higher position? Who is the next higher position? Who is the next higher position? We are very clearly to structurized. Even if you go for organization, so in HR department or any other common places, they are framed the organizational structure from the CEO, under that general CEO, general manager, then the department manager, then the different supervisor, something like very clearly to denote how many departments who are there, where you are going to be reported, how we have clearly to structurized the organizational department flow. That is what authority and responsibility structure, right? Who is the higher position, who is the downer position, who is the middle position, everything very clearly to structurize or according to their organizational structure. People, which means what? People, which means the people who are work in organization, the people who are concerned as an employee, the people who are targeted to work of their daily routine work, right? So environment may be concerned both the internal and the external environment. So many organizations which is affect both that internal and external environment. Internal, which means what? Within an organizational, any related of environmental system which is concerned about internal environment, any external environment which is concerned about economically, societally, communitally. So this all are external environment, right? Any doubt? Shall I? Principles of organizations. Come to that principles of organizations, which means a unity of objectives. So that's all more or less characteristics and the unity of principles all are same, right? Unity of objectives, because the people all together, all the objectives which is unity of organizational goal, right? Division of work and specialization. Already we talked about division of work. We are divided the work. We are dividing the people. We are dividing the work also, because if I say finance related work, I divided the work. If I say production related work, I divided the work. If I say HR divided the HR related work, I divided the work. The marketing, I divided the work. Like I divided the different work and bringing which people who are very much specialized. You think that I am specialized in this area, so I denoted, I concern in that particular area I have well versed. So far I am very clearly to finish all kind of the objectives with well manner. So we are identify division of work and specializations of an different department work. The span of supervision, which means here very clearly we know where as of supervision, who is my boss, who is my subordinate. The span of supervision is very clearly to structurized, right? Chain of command, which means chain of command. That already I said there is no the chain of command, which means from the top to bottom, the chain of command which is comes, right? The higher supervisor CEO, which is not talk related to the employee, which is related, he is not able to command because he is only responsibility to command the next level of general manager, like the people who are very clearly to structurized, right, my dear student? So let me finish 2 or 3 points, then we can be take to quit, right? So unity of command and chain of command. Okay, principles of exception, right? Of exception, which means we are very clearly to know which is okay, which is not okay, which we have to do it, which is not related of our objective. That organization, which is very clearly to denoted, which is not related of our objective, something else becomes, right? So my dear student, more or less time up. We have to move to the next classes. Okay, we can be seen in our next classes next week. Okay, you want to talk anything? Tomorrow there is no classes for me. You can see now next. Okay, thank you to all.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
sir.
sir.
Thank you, sir.
PDF. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Sir,
Mr.
Unit 3
Tendulkar.
PDF. Unit 3 PDF.
PDF.
Yes.
PDF, which means it's all a PPT. I only have PPT. That all the
Sir,
information which is from your what you have, right? If you want, I
yes,
can
sir, PPT.
next week. I'll try to give it in next week. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Hello everyone, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Clear.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Okay. So I'll be handling business communication for you. I think I can start my session. Can the host grant me permission? Can I start the session?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll share my screen. Please let me know when the screen is shared, okay? Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, in case of any difficulty in between, you may please express in the chat box, right? Okay, so I'll be handling business communication for you. It's a common paper both for BCom and BBA, okay? And I'm Mrs. Ann, Assistant Professor, Department of Management Studies, Sharada Gangadharan College, Pondicherry. So, yeah, any doubt? Yeah, tell me.
Yes. No doubts. I just wanted to request, could you please speak in English because I'm not familiar with the language.
Okay, I can speak in English and Tamil. Is Tamil okay for you?
No, ma'am. I'm from north side of India.
Okay. Because I can speak English and Tamil, but I don't know any other language. English, Tamil, and Malayalam. But
English is yes, ma'am.
okay, English will be fine, right?
Yes, thank you so
மேம்
much.
லைட்டா தமிழ்லயும் சொல்லுங்க மேம், கொஞ்சம் புரிஞ்சுப்போம்.
Yeah. In between, I'll speak in Tamil also. Okay, I'll be bilingual, both English and Tamil. Okay.
ஓகே மேம்.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for your information. And one more suggestion: when I change a slide, you may take the screenshots. Okay, because we will have some 18 slides. 18 slides தான் இருக்குது. You can take a screenshot. So you may use it later. அப்புறமா வந்து நீங்க படிக்கும்போது நீங்க யூஸ் பண்ணலாம். Okay. So we'll start this session. Shall we start?
Ma'am, just sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Can you, after this session, can you share this PPT to us?
I'll share my email ID. In case of any clarification, you may please request me. I'll revert. Okay? Is that okay?
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Yeah. I'll post my mail ID. Any clarification regarding the subject, you may contact me. I'll revert. Okay?
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. So business communication, it's an easy paper. So you may please listen to the slides and my talk. It will be easy for you to follow. Okay. So the first one. So today I'll be actually you have 8 units in your syllabus. Business communication. And today I will be covering unit 1 and unit 2. Okay. So first one, unit 1 is about communication. So in this chapter, in this unit, we will be learning the meaning of communication, definition of communication, need, objectives, principles, different types of communication, then barriers to communication. Okay. So these are the topics we will cover in the first unit. Okay. So what is communication? So what we did now, இப்போ நம்ம பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கிறது வந்து communication தான். That means I am talking to you and some of you are responding. So from this we understood that for an effective communication, there should be minimum 2 persons. Suppose you could have seen a single person speaking to him or her alone. So that is not an effective communication. We say that person might be insane. அந்த பர்சனுக்கு வந்து ஏதாவது பிரச்சனை இருக்கும். ஸோ ஒரு கம்யூனிகேஷன் வந்து ஒழுங்கா இருக்கணும், கரெக்டா இருக்கணும் அப்படின்னா 2 persons கண்டிப்பா இருக்கணும். 2 persons should be there. Okay. So what is communication? It is the process of passing information from one person to another. We are passing information from one person to another. So we are sure that there should be 2 persons. One person to send the message and another person to receive the message. Message send பண்றதுக்கு ஒருத்தர் இருக்கணும் and message வந்து receive பண்றதுக்கு ஒருத்தர் இருக்கணும். Okay, that is the first point. Second one, a means to achieve an end. we have to achieve a goal or we have to reach a target. For that purpose, we need communication. நமக்கு வந்து ஒரு விஷயம் அச்சீவ் பண்ணோம் அப்படி இருக்கும்போது கண்டிப்பா வந்து நம்ம கம்யூனிகேட் பண்ணி தான் ஆகணும். Then the third point, the word communication is derived from the Latin word communis, which means common. Okay, so this word communication, it is derived from the Latin word communis and it means common. So this is a simple meaning of communication. Now we will see the definition. We have two definitions here. One by Dale Beck, another one William Newman and Charles Summer. So what does Dale Beck say about communication? He says that it's a transfer of information and understanding from person to person. Information is transferred and another person understands the message. Okay, ஒரு person வந்து information transfer பண்றாங்க or pass பண்றாங்க, மத்த person வந்து அது understand பண்றாங்க. Okay, that is the definition given by Dale Beck, the transfer of information and understanding from one person to another person. Now the second definition, it's given by William Newman and Charles Summer. They say that communication is an exchange of facts, ideas, opinions, emotions between two or more people. So from all these definitions, it's very clear that for an effective communication, there should be minimum 2 persons or 2 or more people should be there for an effective communication. ஸோ நம்மளோட ஐடியாஸ், நம்மளோட சஜஷன்ஸ், நம்மளோட ஒப்பீனியன், நம்மளோட இமோஷன் இதெல்லாமே வந்து நம்ம எக்ஸ்பிரஸ் பண்ணும்போது தட் இஸ் ஆல்சோ கால்ட் கம்யூனிகேஷன். ஓகே, நவ் த நெக்ஸ்ட் we will see need for communication. You know, for our human body, blood is an important aspect. Blood இருந்து தான் ஆகணும் இல்லையா? So communication can be called the lifeblood of business. Okay, that means it is an important aspect of business. Because without communication, business cannot be developed. Okay, in order to enhance the reputation of the organization, in order to expand the business, we need communication because people have to communicate with others. ஓகே, நம்மளோட பிஸ்னஸ் எக்ஸ்பேண்ட் பண்ணணும், நம்மளோட கம்பெனியோட நல்ல பேர் வந்து ரீட்டைன் பண்ணணும். அப்படி இருக்கும்போது எல்லாமே வந்து கம்யூனிகேஷன் வந்து ரொம்ப முக்கியமான ஒரு ஆஸ்பெக்ட். ஓகே, and it makes the manager successful in his managerial activities. So you know, in an organization, a manager, he has to communicate with his subordinates. Superiors வந்து கண்டிப்பா subordinates கூட பேசிதான் ஆகணும். So அந்த மாதிரி டைம்ல வந்து communication is an important aspect. Okay, they have to maintain good relationship. So through communication, you can maintain a cordial relationship between the employees in the organization. Okay. See, all of you, please can mute your mic because it will be disturbance for everyone. Thank you. Thank you. And the last third point is it promotes cooperation and industrial peace. Okay, so a cooperation is maintained between the employer and the employees and also between the employees. Okay, so it helps in building up the industrial peace, or it maintains a cordial relationship between the employer and the employees and also between the employees. Hope you are clear with the meaning, definition and need for communication. Okay, you may please reply, express in the chat box as yes or no. Okay, hope you are clear.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I know this time 3 o'clock all of us will feel sleepy, but still I made the slides very simple so that you can follow it easily. Hope you will learn from these slides. Okay, you may take screenshots also so that you can use it later. Okay, next one is objectives of communication. Okay, so what are the objectives of communication? You can see many points will be repeating. That is not at all a matter because objectives, functions, purpose, all these you may have same answers. So when you write for the examination also, there is no problem. You can include all the points and you can write it. Okay. So the first one, objectives of communication. To tie people and organizational structure together. Okay, you have to bring together the people, the employees in the organization and the organizational structure. So what is meant by organizational structure? I think you will learn this concept in Principles of Management. Organizational structure means the structure in the organization. You know the three levels of management: top level, middle level, and low level. So there will be a certain number of people in the top level, like managing director, executive directors. All those people, they belong to the top level. And managers of various departments, they may belong to the middle level, and supervisors, they may belong to the lower level or the operating level of management. Okay, so to bring together all these levels of management, or to bring together the organizational structure and the employees in the organization, this communication is that is one of the objectives of communication. Okay, then to help people understand, accept, and act upon the policies and procedures of the organization. Suppose many of you might be working. Okay, when we join an organization, the organization, they need to orient or interact the new employees with the policies and procedures of the organization. நம்ம புதுசா வந்து ஒரு இடத்துல ஜாயின் பண்ணும்போது அந்த ஆர்கனைசேஷனோட பாலிசிஸ் ப்ரொசீஜர்ஸ் எல்லாமே வந்து தெரிஞ்சுதான் ஆகணும். So what will happen at that time? The organization or our superior, either through oral communication or written communication, okay, they will provide all these details. Oral communication பேசுறது, through words you are speaking. Written communication, it's a written form. It might be in the form of reports, letters. All those things are examples of written communication. Okay, so when a new employee joins an organization, these policies and procedures are communicated to the new employees. Then the third point, to provide information for group effort. So when you are in an organization, you have to be in a group. So you're working in a team. So what is meant by team? When you take the expansion for each alphabet, you might have read in the book written by Shiv Khera, You Can Win. Team is together, everyone, achieve more. Team, TEAM, together, everyone, achieve more. So for the group effort, we need to communicate. Each individual in that particular group, they have to communicate with other members. Then the activities of that particular group will be successful. Okay. So நம்ம வந்து ஒரு குரூப்பா இருக்கும்போது அதுல இருக்கிற ஒவ்வொரு மெம்பர் வந்து மற்ற மெம்பர் கிட்ட கம்யூனிகேட் பண்ணோம். அந்த ஒரு ஃப்ரீ அண்ட் ஓப்பன் கம்யூனிகேஷன் இருந்தாதான் குரூப் ஆக்டிவிட்டீஸ் வந்து சக்சஸ்ஃபுல்லா முடிக்க முடியும். ஓகே. Then the next point, to develop right attitudes among employees through motivation. In any organization, there will be superiors and subordinates. So the main duty of the superior is not only to find faults in these subordinates. The main duty is to supervise, guide, and motivate the subordinates. So the superior expresses these things through his words or through speech. Sometimes it might be an appreciation letter, or it may be through words he may express it. So to develop, so when the subordinates hear these positive words from the superior, subordinates will be motivated. So it improves the attitude. So it develops a positive attitude among the subordinates. Okay. ஸோ superiors வந்து சபார்டினேட்ஸை என்கரேஜ் பண்ணும்போது அவங்க ஆரலாக சொல்லலாம் ஆர் அப்ரிசியேஷன் லெட்டர் கொடுக்கலாம். ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி அப்ரிஷியேட் பண்ணும்போது சபார்டினேட்ஸ்குள்ளே ஒரு பாசிட்டிவ் ஆட்டிடியூட் வந்து இன்ஸ்டில் ஆகும். ஓகே, ஸோ தேர் ஆட்டிடியூட் வில் இம்ப்ரூவ். ஓகே, the next one, to enhance the image of the organization in the society. Image of the organization, that is the reputation or the goodwill of the organization. Okay, so organization oda nalla peru vandu வெளியில தெரியும். ஓகே, ரெப்யூட்டேஷன் வந்து இன்க்ரீஸ் ஆகும், குட்வில் வந்து இம்ப்ரூவ் ஆகும். ஓகே, டு என்ஹான்ஸ் பிகாஸ் பீப்புள் வில் ஸ்டார்ட் கம்யூனிகேட்டிங் அபவுட் தி ஆர்கனைசேஷன். அங்க ஒர்க் பண்ற எம்ப்ளாயிஸ் will communicate that the place where I work, okay, I have a sense of belongingness to that particular organization. I love to be in that organization. I love to be a part of this organization. Okay, so it enhances the image. So it enhances the reputation of the organization. And the last point, to promote mutual understanding, cooperation, and goodwill among the management and employees. Already I told you, a cordial relationship between the employer and the employees, and also between the employees. அவங்களுக்குள்ள ஒரு mutual understanding. You know, whether we are in a family or a working place or an education institution, wherever we are, there should be a mutual understanding between the people. So that can be expressed through communication. Okay. Hope this topic is clear to you. You can mention yes or no in the chat box. Okay. Okay, I could see some thumbs up. So when you show, so this is also a sort of communication. Okay. So these are some gestures, and this is an example for non-verbal communication. Okay. Anyway, thank you so much. So I'm happy that some of you are awake. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, next one. Components of communication process. Okay, components of communication process. So, as we all know, there should be minimum 2 persons for an effective communication. Those 2 persons are sender and receiver. Okay, sender is a person who sends the message, and receiver is the person who receives the message. Okay, so communication வந்து மெயினா வந்து 2 persons இருக்காங்க, sender and receiver. Sender வந்து மெசேஜ் சென்ட் பண்றவங்க தான் sender, மெசேஜ் வந்து ரிசீவ் பண்றவங்க வந்து receiver. Okay, so now we will see various components. Okay, so the first one வந்து context. So there should be some matter or something to be communicated. So there is a context for the sender to send the message. Okay, so it can be of any maybe in a workplace, the superior may announce the introduction of a new project. Okay, so he has to communicate it. So there is a context. For an education institution, a context might be reopening of the institution after a long break. So that is a context. So they need to communicate to the students. So they are the sender, the institution who send the message. They are the senders. Okay, so sender, and he is also called encoder, sender or encoder. So sender is a person who sends the message. So he makes use of words, symbols, gestures, all those things to send the message so that he can get an effective response or the required response. Okay, so you might have seen people while speaking, they use lots of gestures, or through actions they might speak. You know, there is a phrase, actions speak louder than words. You can express much through actions than the words. You take an infant doesn't know to speak. Okay, so that baby, what does he or she does? Like, they express through actions or through crying. Whenever it pains for them, what will they do? They will express through actions. That means either they will cry, or they will, if their hands are paining, they will touch the hand, so the mother knows what is happening to the baby. So that is a sort of communication. Another one, if you don't water the plant for some time, you know, that will droop down. So that is the expression of the plant. So that is also a sort of communication. When the plant is drooped, we understand that. So that plant is communicating to us. Okay. So we understand that the plant needs water. Okay. So the person sends the message. So then the third point is message. The message means the key idea the sender wants to communicate. Senderக்கு வந்து ரிசீவருக்கு கொடுக்க வேண்டிய content the message. Okay, so the message is the content or the key idea that the sender wants to communicate to the receiver. Then medium. So medium, we have various medium. It can be through SMS, it can be through WhatsApp, it can be through email. So medium can also be called channel. Okay. So it is a means to transmit the message, or it can even be a person. Because in a college, a principal might send the information through the peon to the classrooms. Okay. So he is the medium there. Principal is sending the message through the peon to the classes. Okay. Then next one is recipient or the receiver or the decoder. So whatever message is sent by the encoder or the sender is decoded by the receiver, and he understands the message. Okay, decoder வேலை என்ன, receiver வேலை என்ன, sender அனுப்பின message வந்து read பண்ணி he has to understand it. Sometimes வந்து என்ன ஆகும்னா, sender will send a message and decoder receiver will understand in a different way. So at that time some misunderstanding will happen. So the misunderstanding that happens is called brain drain. If you see the last point, we can say it is called brain drain. Okay, so the misunderstanding at any stage of communication, it is called brain drain. Okay, another one of the important component of communication process is feedback. That means the response or non-response to a message. Now I am communicating to you. I am asking you whether you are able to follow. You are responding. So that is your feedback. So it can be a response or non-response. Suppose when we sit in a class, teacher asks us, are you able to follow? Some of us might reply yes. Some of us sit idle. Okay, we don't reply anything. So both can be considered as feedback. Okay. So response இருந்தாலும் non-response நம்ம respond பண்ணாம இருந்தாலும் அது வந்து feedback. Sometimes some people may raise their voice towards us and we don't respond. Okay, that is also a feedback. So the person who speaks rudely, he should understand that the receiver he didn't accept the message. Okay, அவங்க வந்து accept பண்ணல, அதனால தான் respond பண்ணல, or he's not ready to respond. அது ஒரு feedback தான். Okay, so response or non-response to a message is called feedback. Okay, so these are the components of communication. So if you take any type of communication, okay, whether it is oral or written, so these components will be the context, sender or encoder, message, medium or channel, recipient or decoder, feedback, and brain drain. Hope you have taken a screenshot of this slide and hope you are clear with the components. Can I proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Can I get some thumbs up? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Happy to see that. Okay. So you're responding. So that's your feedback. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. So next one is features or characteristics of communication. So we have 7 points here. So we will have more points. Okay, some of you will have better idea. So if you have more points, you can include those points while writing the answers. Okay, இப்போ வந்து உங்களுக்கு அதிகமாக பாயிண்ட்ஸ் தெரிஞ்சா கூட யூ கேன் ரைட் தோஸ் பாயிண்ட்ஸ் ஆல்சோ ஃபார் தி எக்ஸாம்ஸ். ஓகே, நான் சொல்கிற பாயிண்ட்ஸ் மட்டும்தான் எழுதணும்னு அவசியம் கிடையாது. ஓகே, யூ நீட் நாட் ரைட் எக்ஸாக்ட்லி த சேம் பாயிண்ட்ஸ் ஐ ஹேவ் கிவன். யூ கேன் ஆட் some other points too. Okay, I have given 7 points. You may add even 3 more points or 5 more points. It's your wish. Okay. Okay, the first one is two-way process. Already we saw that there should be minimum 2 persons for communication, the sender and the receiver. That is two-way process. Second one is it is a pervasive activity. Pervasive means it exists everywhere. We say that management is pervasive. In the same way, communication is pervasive. You just think whether we are in a petty shop, whether we are in a supermarket, whether we are in a railway station or airport, school, college, workplace, wherever we are. Okay, we have to communicate. In our family, everywhere we have to communicate. And in an organization, in all functional areas, they need to communicate. Okay, so communication is a pervasive activity. That means it is everywhere. பர்வசிவ்னா எல்லா இடத்துலையுமே வந்து இருக்குது. ஓகே, எல்லா சிச்சுவேஷன்லுமே வந்து கம்யூனிகேஷன் வந்து ரொம்ப முக்கியம். அதுதான் pervasive. Okay. Then third point is information spread. We have to spread the information. So while giving the information, the receiver should be able to interpret and understand. So both are equally important. Okay, அவங்களால வந்து understand பண்ணவும் முடியணும், interpretம் பண்ணணும். Okay, so சென்டர் வந்து ஒரு இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் பாஸ் பண்றாங்க, பட் ரிசீவருக்கு வந்து ப்ராப்பரா அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் பண்ண முடியலாட்டி அங்கே ஒரு எஃபெக்டிவ் கம்யூனிகேஷன் கிடையாது. ஓகே, so the receiver should be able to interpret the message and at the same time he should be able to understand the message. Okay, then the fourth point, it's goal oriented. So ultimately, the result of communication is mutual understanding between the sender and the receiver of the information. Okay, the sender is encoding the message and sending it. Receiver is decoding and accepting the message. Okay, so there should be a mutual understanding. அவங்களுக்குள்ளே ஒரு அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்டிங் இருக்கணும். அதுக்கப்புறம் அந்த கோல் வந்து அச்சீவாக இருக்கணும். சென்டர் வந்து என்ன நினைச்சாங்களோ அது வந்து அங்கே அச்சீவாக இருக்கணும். ஓகே, so the sender should be able to achieve his goal. Whatever he tried to communicate should reach the receiver. Okay, and it is a continuous process. As the blood flows in the human body, communication, it is a continuous process in an organization. Okay, you imagine we go to an office or we go to a workplace or anywhere, family, school, anywhere. After communicating, we are not just stopping. We will have some other topics to communicate. நம்ம வந்து பேசிட்டே இருப்போம் இல்லையா? We have something to communicate. Okay, so it is a continuous process. And the next point, it goes like a circular flow. Okay, so we send the message, the receiver receives it. If he doesn't understand, he reverts. Okay, அவங்க வந்து திருப்பி கேட்பாங்க. இப்போ கூட நமக்கு வந்து ஒருத்தர் வந்து ஃபோன் பண்றாங்க, ஒரு விஷயம் சொல்றாங்க, நம்ம அதை லிசன் பண்ணிட்டோம். பட் வந்து கால் கட் பண்ணதுக்கு அப்புறம் we were not able to understand or remember it. Okay, so what will we do? Immediately we call back and ask the person what was the matter spoken by him. So நமக்கு வந்து புரியலாட்டி again we call that person and we try to understand it. So it is a continuous process and it goes on like it's a cyclic process. Okay, it goes on and on. Okay, and the last point is it helps to create a friendly relationship between different levels of management. Okay, you might have learned levels of management: top level, middle level and low level, or the operating level. Okay, so a friendly relationship between the people in the organization. Okay, so hope you're clear with the features or characteristics of communication. Okay, okay, yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
yeah, thank you, I'm seeing thumbs up. Okay, so next one we will see principles of communication. So sometimes in the question paper, the question they might ask 6 C's of communication. Okay, 6 C's கேட்கலாம். Why 6 C's? All the 6 point, it starts with C. Courtesy, clarity, conciseness, concreteness, correctness, completeness. All the words, it starts with the alphabet C. எல்லா வேர்ட்ஸோட ஆரம்பத்தில் வந்து சி இருக்குது, அதனால தான் 6 C's சொல்றது. ஓகே, ஸோ பிரின்சிபிள்ஸ் ஆஃப் கம்யூனிகேஷன் ஆர் 6 C's ஆஃப் கம்யூனிகேஷன். We will see one by one. So the first point, courtesy. So we are showing concern to the receiver. Receiver might be in different mood. His or her state of mind will be different. Okay, they might be in a different situation. So we should have a concern for the receiver. Okay, how he will receive this message. Okay, we should have a courtesy. Usually we say that at least they should have some courtesy to thank us. Okay, we have done some we helped them and they didn't reply, so we say that at least they should have some courtesy to thank us. Okay, so here also the sender should understand the situation. He should try to understand the situation of the receiver and he should send the message, because if the receiver is not in a good state of mind, the information sent encoded by the sender will not reach the receiver properly. Okay, அவங்களோட state of mind, situation, mood வந்து சரியில்லாட்டி சென்டர் அனுப்புற மெசேஜ் வந்து ரிசீவருக்கு வந்து கிளியரா ரீச் ஆகாது. ஓகே, தென் செகண்ட் பாயிண்ட், it should be simple and clear message. Okay, message should be simple and clear. You should not use like jargons, big terms, like some of you have good vocabulary, so you need not use big words on others because they might not be able to understand. So நம்ம வந்து பெரிய பெரிய வேர்ட் இல்லாமல் யூஸ் பண்ண அவசியம் கிடையாது. நம்ம வந்து சிம்பிளாகவும் பேசணும், கிளியராகவும் பேசணும். அப்பதான் நம்ம சொல்ற மெசேஜ் வந்து மற்றவங்களுக்கு வந்து கிளியரா ரீச் ஆகும். ஓகே, அவர் மெசேஜ் should be simple and clear. Then next point is conciseness. Concise means brief, very short. Okay, eliminate unnecessary words. Okay, you should use a few words as possible. எவ்வளோ ஷார்ட்டாக எழுத முடியுமோ அது வந்து நம்மளோட கம்யூனிகேஷன். ஆனால் எக்ஸாமினேஷனில் வந்து கம்மியாக எழுதக்கூடாது. ஓகே, ஃபார் த எக்ஸாமினேஷன் யூ ஹாவ் டு ரைட் இன் டீட்டெயில். But for in our communication, for making other people understand, we should use minimum words. Okay, if we load a person with lots of things, they won't be able to understand it. So eliminate unnecessary words, use minimum words, and it should be brief and it should be precise. Okay, the next one is concreteness. Use precise terms. So whenever you express something, the receiver should be able to frame a mental picture. Okay, this will be like this. This is what the sender expected. Okay, for example, now a teacher passes some information to the students regarding an assignment or a project. The way she explained to the students should be able to frame a mental picture. Okay, if that is done, the teacher is successful. Okay, ஒரு டீச்சர் வந்து ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டுக்கு வந்து ஒரு இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் பாஸ் பண்ணும்போது அவங்க சொல்ற விஷயம் வந்து ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டுக்கு அந்த ஒரு மென்டல் பிக்சர் ஃப்ரேம் பண்ண முடிஞ்சாங்கன்னா the teacher is successful. That means the message is clearly passed on to the student. It should be concrete. Okay, it should be structured. Okay, that is what concreteness. Then the fifth point is correctness. We have to provide accurate information. Okay, while especially in business communication, when the message is sent, they have to check whether the information is accurate. They have to check the grammar, spelling, punctuation. That will enhance the reputation of the organization. Okay, when there is some grammar mistake or when they provide some wrong information, the company's reputation will come down. Okay, so நம்ம ஒரு பிஸ்னஸ் ஆர்கனைசேஷன்ல வந்து லெட்டர் எழுதும்போது ஒரு மெசேஜ் பாஸ் பண்ணும்போது கரெக்டான இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் கொடுக்கணும், கிராமர் கரெக்டாக இருக்கணும், ஸ்பெல்லிங் கரெக்டாக இருக்கணும், பங்க்சுவேஷன் தட் காமா, செமிகாலன், டாட் இதெல்லாமே வந்து ஃபுல் ஸ்டாப் இதெல்லாமே வந்து கரெக்டாக இருக்கணும். ஓகே, ஸோ தட் லெட்டர் இட் செல்ஃப் should provide a good impression. Okay, should give a good impression about the organization. And completeness, that means the communication should contain all the relevant information, all the needed information for the receiver. Okay, so if you want, you can take a screenshot of these principles. So these are called principles of communication or 6 C's of communication. Okay, hope you have taken the screenshot. We'll move on to the next topic. Okay. Okay, now types of communication. Okay, so I have given here 13 types. First set is internal, external. From the word itself, it's very clear. Internal communication, it happens within the organization, within the members of the organization. Second one is external communication. It happens outside the organization. So internal communication வந்து ஆர்கனைசேஷனுக்குள்ள நடக்கிறது. எக்ஸ்டர்னல் கம்யூனிகேஷன் வந்து ஆர்கனைசேஷனுக்கு வெளியில நம்ம வந்து நம்ம கஸ்டமர்ஸ், நம்ம சப்ளையர்ஸ், மேபி கவர்மெண்ட் இதெல்லாமே வந்து வெளியில இருக்கிற ஏஜென்சிஸ் கூட கம்யூனிகேட் பண்ணும்போது தட் இஸ் கால்ட் எக்ஸ்டர்னல் கம்யூனிகேஷன். ஓகே, next one is formal communication and informal communication. So formal communication, it is very structured. Sometimes in an organization, we may get appointment to meet the managing director. So through proper channel, we have to communicate. So such type of communication is called formal communication. Okay, that is an example for formal communication. Informal communication, it happens outside the official channels. Okay, that means chit chat between the employees in the organization, a friendly talk between the employees. All these are informal communication because there is no rules and regulations there. Okay, you are all common. Okay, you are all equal and you are exchanging some communication, some information. So that is called informal communication. Okay. So நம்ம ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸுக்குள்ள நம்ம பேசுறது வந்து இன்ஃபார்மல் கம்யூனிகேஷன். நம்ம ஆர்கனைசேஷனுக்குள்ள சுப்பீரியர் சபார்டினேட் அவங்களுக்குள்ள நடக்கிற கம்யூனிகேஷன் வந்து ஃபார்மல் கம்யூனிகேஷன். Next one is horizontal and vertical communication. Horizontal communication is also called lateral communication. You know x-axis and y-axis. X-axis is the horizontal line and y-axis is the vertical line. You know horizontal left to right. Usually we draw it from left to right. So horizontal communication means when people at the same level communicate. Okay, ஒரே level இருக்கிறவங்க வந்து communicate பண்ணும்போது that is called horizontal communication. For example, ஒரு கம்பெனில வந்து human resource manager, finance manager, marketing manager, R&D manager. Okay, so they all belong to the same level. இவங்க எல்லாமே வந்து ஒரே level. So when communication happens between the managers of various departments, it is called horizontal communication or lateral communication. Vertical communication. So you think about y-axis. Okay, so you know it y-axis usually we draw from bottom to top or top to bottom. So here communication happens at different levels. So under vertical communication we have two types, that is upward communication and downward communication. Upward means from bottom to top. Okay, கீழ இருந்து மேல. That means subordinate to superior. Subordinate வந்து superiorக்கு வந்து reports கொடுக்குறாங்க. Okay, subordinate submits the report to the superior. So that is an example for upward communication. Downward communication, it is from the superior to the subordinate. That means the superior gives some instructions to the subordinate from top to bottom. That is called downward communication. Then another type is diagonal communication. Diagonal communication means when communication happens between the departments. Okay, from marketing department to production department or from production department to human resource department. When communication happens with other departments, it is called diagonal communication. Okay, ஒரு டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் இருந்து இன்னொரு டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் வந்து இது கம்யூனிகேட் பண்ணும்போது that is called diagonal communication. Next one is verbal and non-verbal. Verbal means use of words. Okay, நான் இப்ப பண்றது வந்து verbal communication or it can also be called oral communication. Non-verbal communication means use of symbols, gestures. நீங்க இப்போ emojis அனுப்புறீங்க இல்ல thumbs up அனுப்புறீங்க. So that is an example for non-verbal communication. Use of symbols, gestures, actions, all these are examples for non-verbal communication. Next one is oral communication and written communication. Oral means spoken. Okay, நம்ம பேசுறது வந்து oral communication. Written communication வந்து எழுதுறது. Okay, letters, reports, memos, circulars, all these are examples for written communication. Then if you see the 13th one, visual communication, that is use of graphs, charts, diagrams. Okay, நம்ம ஒரு report, sales report, ஒரு sales person வந்து okay, sales person he has to submit a report to the sales manager. Instead of submitting a detailed report, if he presents a report in the form of graphs, charts, diagrams, it is easy to understand. Okay, any common man will be able to understand. Okay, so use of graphs, charts, diagrams are examples for visual communication. Then another important one, the 12th one, grapevine. It is an example for informal vine. Okay, you know the plant. It is a creeper. It goes on and on. Okay, so Drachi for Tamil students, I can say it as Drache Kodi. Okay, they say it as Drache Kodi. Okay, so you know rumors. For example, the best example everyone can remember, when we talk about the film stars, we say that he does that, he is like this, she is like this. Okay, so rumor. So such things will spread fast. Usually we know good things will not spread fast, but bad things or such rumors, gossips, it will spread fast. That is called grapevine. Okay, as the grapevine spreads fast, in the same way the rumors and gossips also spread fast. Okay, it is an example for informal communication. Okay, So these are the various types of communication. You may take the screenshot. Okay. Hope you are clear with the points. Okay.
மேம் எனக்கு ஒரு டவுட் மேம்
சொல்லுங்க சொல்லுங்க
எக்ஸாம்ல டைப்ஸ் ஆஃப் கம்யூனிகேஷன் கேட்கும்போது சேம் இதே மாதிரி ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்ணலாமா இல்ல புக்ல இருக்க மாதிரி தான் பண்ணணுங்களா?
அது வந்து இட் டிபெண்ட்ஸ் ஆன் தி செக்ஷன். இப்போ வந்து உங்களோட மார்க்ஸ் பேஸ் பண்ணி தான் நீங்க ஆன்சர் எழுதணும். ஓகே. இப்போ வந்து செக்ஷன் இப்போ 2 மார்க்ஸ் கொஸ்டின்னா தி ஆன்சர் ஷுட் பி மினிமம் 4 சென்டென்ஸ். ஓகே. இது இப்போ வந்து உங்களுக்கு வந்து ஸ்டடி மெட்டீரியல் யூனிவர்சிட்டில இருந்து ப்ரொவைட் பண்ணுவாங்களா? ஸ்டடி மெட்டீரியல் புக் மாதிரி ஏதாவது ப்ரொவைட் பண்றாங்களா?
இல்ல மேம் புக்ஸ் மட்டும் தான் கொடுத்தாங்க.
புக் ப்ரொவைட் பண்ணிட்டாங்க.
ஓகே. புக்ஸ் இருக்கு இல்லையா?
யா மேம்.
ஓகே ஓகே ஓகே. நீங்க புக்ஸ் ரெஃபர் பண்ணலாம். ஆர் பாண்டிச்சேரி யூனிவர்சிட்டியோட வெப்சைட்ல வந்து இதோட ஸ்டடி மெட்டீரியல் இருக்குது. பிசினஸ் கம்யூனிகேஷனோட ஸ்டடி மெட்டீரியல் இஸ் அவைலபிள் இன் பாண்டிச்சேரி யூனிவர்சிட்டி வெப்சைட். ஸோ நீங்க அந்த புக்கு கூட ரெஃபர் பண்ணலாம். ஓகே. ஸோ கொஸ்டினோட மார்க்ஸ் பேஸ் பண்ணி தான் யூ ஹாவ் டு ரைட் தி ஆன்சர். பெரிய எஸ்ஏ கொஸ்டின் யூ ஹாவ் டு ரைட் இன் டீடைல் வித் எக்ஸாம்பிள் சேர்த்து எழுதணும்.
ஓகே மேம். ஓகே. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Hope it is clear. We will move on to the next slide. Okay. Next one is barriers to communication. Okay. So we have various barriers. Linguistic barriers. That means language. Linguistic means language. So in the beginning of the session, somebody told me that, ma'am, if you speak in Tamil, in between you please use Tamil. It will be of use for me. Okay. So language barrier. So for such students, if I speak completely in English, they won't be able to understand. Okay. நான் கம்ப்ளீட்டா வந்து இங்கிலீஷ் பேசும்போது சிலவங்களுக்கு வந்து அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் பண்ண முடியாம இருக்கும். Okay. So language barrier. So in the same way, when we communicate, okay, we have to it's better when we come to Tamil Nadu, suppose if it is a rural area, if we use English, they won't be able to understand. In the same way, when we visit any state, when we use English or any other language in the rural area, definitely they won't be able to follow. But at least if you know English and Hindi, at least we can survive in any state. Okay. So linguistic barrier or language barrier. Then second one is psychological barriers. That means mental and psychological state of mind. Okay. So when we are out of mind or we are emotionally we are upset. So when we receive some information at that time, we won't be able to understand. Okay. So for example, one teacher is scolding a student, or he might be warning the student. Okay. But student might be upset. So he considers it as scolding by the teacher, and he may react to the teacher too. Okay. Psychological barriers. So mental, the state of mind of the receiver. So that might be a barrier. Okay. Third one is emotional barriers. Okay. Emotionally matured people, they will be able to communicate effectively. Some people know they don't know how to communicate. They treat everyone equal. So when we speak to elders, there is a way of speaking, right? We should be more polite. So they are elder to us, so we have to be very polite when we speak to the elders. But when we speak to the kids, even though we have to be respectful, we need not be very polite to the kids. But to the elders, we have to be very polite. Okay. So if a person is not emotionally strong, that person will not be able to communicate effectively. Emotional barriers. Next one, physical barriers. That might be noise, faulty equipment, then a closed cabin, a closed door. For example, if you're working in a factory, in a factory or in an industry, machines keep on working. And suppose you received a call. Okay, நீங்க ஃபேக்டரியில் ஒர்க் பண்றீங்க, உங்களுக்கு வந்து கால் ரிசீவ் ஆயிடுச்சு. When you attend the call, what happens? Due to the sound of these machines, okay, you won't be able to listen to the message. You won't be able to hear the message. இல்லையா? நம்ம வந்து ஒரு ஃபேக்டரியில் ஒர்க் பண்ணும்போது நமக்கு கால் வந்துச்சு, நம்ம அந்த கால் அட்டென்ட் பண்ணும்போது நம்மளால சரியா லிசன் பண்ண முடியல. என்னன்னா அந்த ஃபேக்டரியில் இருக்கிற எக்யூப்மெண்ட் வந்து மெஷின்ஸ் வந்து ரொம்ப சவுண்ட் வந்து ப்ரொடியூஸ் பண்ணுது. ஓகே. So at that time we won't be able to hear. So physical barriers. அதே மாதிரி ஒரு ரயில்வே ஸ்டேஷன் நிற்கும்போது when the train is passing, when somebody calls, we won't be able to hear it properly. Okay, physical barriers. Then cultural barriers. India is a land of diversity. We have diverse culture. Okay, so different culture for different activity, they'll have different meaning. Okay, so a simple example. I think in northern side, they wish the people with folded hands, right? But in southern state, we just say good morning. Is it so? So with the closed palm, we say in North India, with the closed palms, we say good morning or namaste. But here in South India, I have seen so far like that. We say good morning or we just wish them. Okay. So the culture differs. Okay. So sometimes what happens is that when the culture differs, some misunderstanding might happen. Okay. Okay, next one is attitude barriers. Sorry, organizational structure barriers. Okay. In this, what happens is that some misinformation or some misunderstanding, okay, there is no clarity, no transparency. Transparency na and there clarity. Okay, it's not clear. Something is hiding. ஏதோ ஒன்று வந்து hide பண்றாங்க. So அந்த மாதிரி இருக்கும்போது so top management, what they think, okay, information need not be clear to the low level management. Okay, அவங்களுக்கு வந்து அவ்வளோ clear தெரிய வேண்டாம். அந்த மாதிரி இருக்கும்போது such barriers are called organizational structure barriers. Another one is attitude barriers. Okay, ego issue. Okay, why should I speak to her or why should I speak to him? Let him speak. Okay, why should I pass this information to that person? So attitude barrier. So அந்த மாதிரி இருக்கும்போது we won't be able to receive the message or we won't be able to send the message clearly, or inconsiderate behavior. We are not able to accept the behavior of a particular person and we are not interested in communicating to them. So attitude barrier. Next one is perception barrier. Each person is unique and each person's perception also differs. Okay. What is perception? The way we view a particular thing. Okay. நம்ம ஒரு விஷயம் வந்து எப்படி பார்க்கறது. ஒருத்தவங்களுக்கு வந்து ரொம்ப ஹாப்பியா இருக்கலாம், பட் ஒருத்தவங்க வந்து அந்த சிச்சுவேஷன் வந்து ஹாப்பியா எடுத்துக்க மாட்டாங்க. ஓகே, he might be sorrowful in that particular situation. Okay, one person might take a task it as easy. ஒரு டாஸ்க் வந்து ரொம்ப ஈஸியா எடுக்கலாம், but for another person the task might be tough. Okay, perception barriers. Next one, physiological barriers. That means poor health, poor eyesight, the காது வந்து சரியா கேட்கல, தென் ஏதோ வந்து ஃபீவரிஷா இருக்குது, ரொம்ப உடம்பு முடியல, அப்படி இருக்கும்போது we won't be able to receive the message properly. Physiological barriers. Okay, physical discomfort. Okay, then technological barriers. This corona helped us in the technological development, because people, they came to know many of the online learning systems, but we have to keep abreast of these developments. Okay, we have to learn the new developments. Okay, if not, we won't be able to communicate better. Okay, so that is a technological barrier. Another example, our grandparents, they might not, they don't know how to use this WhatsApp or Facebook or Instagram. Okay, so because they are unable to learn, because they are all elderly people and they can't learn such new things. Okay, so technological barrier. So in such cases, our grandparents, they won't be able to communicate to their kids. Okay, with through WhatsApp or Instagram or such social media, right? Okay, last one is socio-religious barriers, because in each religion, okay, we have different belief systems. Okay, that might be a barrier, because in some religions they won't have non-veg on Fridays, but some people, they will have. So the culture differs. Okay, so there is some religious barriers, or they will be fasting, and they don't communicate to the people that the day is completely dedicated for prayer. So such things, that is called socio-religious barriers. Okay, so in case two people, when they communicate, if they belong to two different religions, some problems might happen. Okay, you may please take a screenshot of barriers to communication. Okay, so these are the points under unit 1. We may touch unit 2 also. Okay, so next unit 2 is about business letter, and it continues for the next few units, like unit 3, 4, 5 and all. It continues with business letters. Okay, we will see. Are you all tired or are you all awake? You're here, right? Okay, we will wind up within a few minutes. Okay, next one is business letter. You know, now in many cases, we are not writing letters, but most of the correspondence, it's through email. Letter அவ்வளோ use பண்றதில்ல, we are using email. Okay, even then, since it is in the syllabus, we have to learn. Okay, so what is the purpose of a business letter? Okay, it is used by the organizations to communicate in a professional way with the customers, with other companies, with the clients, shareholders, investors. நம்ம வந்து நம்ம கஸ்டமர்ஸ், மற்ற கம்பெனிஸ், கிளைண்ட்ஸ், அவங்க கூட ப்ரொஃபஷனலாக கம்யூனிகேட் பண்ணுறதுக்காக யூஸ் பண்ணுற ஒரு மெத்தட் தான் லெட்டர். Okay, and in letter we use really formal language. It will be well structured. There's a clear structure and a specific format for the letter. And what is the need for a business letter? Okay, then so it is an inexpensive substitute for a personal visit. You just imagine, suppose from one state to another state we have to travel, so it will cost us for the journey. It will consumes more time. Okay, we have to keep aside some 2 or 3 days to visit that particular place, so that is a expensive thing. So in order to reduce the expense, or in order to avoid the personal visit, we may send a business letter. Okay, it is an easiest way. Then next one is to provide information on subjects related to business. Okay, business related details on information வந்து கொடுக்கிறதுக்காக we send letters. Then to provide evidence of transaction and legal purpose, we send letters. Then business letter, it is an example for written communication, so it can be used as a reference material in the future transaction-காக நம்ம reference வைக்கலாம், because it is a written document. Okay, it is a proof. And next one, to promote and sustain goodwill, to maintain the reputation of the organization, a clear and well-structured business letter is important. Then to motivate the people to appreciate for their good performance. Okay, appreciation letter. Once you complete 1 year in the organization, some organizations might pass or might issue appreciation letter, so that is a source of motivation for the employees. So that is another purpose. Then next one is to enlarge and enhance the business. You can expand your business through communication. Okay, so you send letters, you send flyers, you send pamphlets. So all these things will help to enlarge your business or enhance your business. Okay, you may take the screenshot. I'll move to the next slide. Okay, next one, functions or purposes of a business letter. To already we have seen certain points. To convey information, or information வந்து pass பண்றதுக்கு. Okay, we have to pass the information. Then to conclude transaction. Okay, we have to conclude a transaction. Suppose we have placed an order. Okay, placed order for some books, so we have received the books, we paid for those books, so that transaction is completed. Okay, so to conclude the transaction. Then creation of demand. So there is a type of letter called circular letters. So circular letters are used to address a large number of people. Okay, suppose many supermarkets, they get the address or email IDs of the customers. What is the purpose? When they introduce some new products or some discounts or something like that, they send a bulk mail to all their customers. Okay, such letters can be called as circular letters because they can address lots of people at the same time. Okay, so in that way they can create a demand for new products. Okay, then creation of goodwill, already we saw that a well structured letter will improve the image of the organization. Then fifth one is to expand the business, existing business. Then sixth one is establishment of relationship. That means we can maintain a good relationship between the customers, suppliers, and other parties. Then it is an evidence. That means it is an example for written communication. It can be kept for future reference. Okay. அது வந்து ஒரு எவிடன்ஸ், அதனால நம்ம வந்து அது ஃபியூச்சர்ல ரெஃபர் பண்றதுக்காக யூஸ் பண்ணலாம். Then to inquire, that means you have to know about the prices of some equipments. Okay, நீங்க quotation கேட்பீங்க, you will ask for the quotation. Some of the organizations, especially manufacturing companies, if they need some equipments, they will ask for the quotation. Okay, they will inquire about the quotations and they will receive the quotation, then they will process the activities. Okay. Then placing order. So after receiving the quotation, if you are satisfied with the quotation, you will place the order and receive the goods or the raw materials. And last one is problem solving. To solve
Hello, ma'am. Ma'am.
Hello,
Hello,
ma'am.
ma'am. Ma'am, to back करते. Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, கேக்குதா?
Hello,
Ma'am. Hello. Ma'am. Ma'am, கேக்குதா? Ma'am, கேக்குதா? Yeah.
we'll see in detail in the other units. Okay. So first one is letters of inquiry, that is written in order to get some information. Then letters carrying quotations or offers. Okay, so you will be asking for some quotation. So for that you are writing a letter. Then letters for placing the orders. To place the orders, you are preparing a letter. Next one, for confirmation, for execution, refusal or cancellation of orders. நீங்க இப்போ வந்து ஆர்டர் பண்றீங்க. Okay, you are placing the order, you have to confirm it. For that you are sending a letter. Okay. Then for execution, for executing the process, you are sending a letter. To refuse it or cancel பண்றீங்க. Okay, so you are cancelling the order. For that you are sending a letter. Okay, those type of letters are called confirmation, execution, refusal or cancellation of orders. Next one, collection letters. That means a person has to pay a lots of amount. Okay, he has got the things through credit. இதுல வந்து வாங்கியிருக்காங்க, ஸோ பேமெண்ட் வந்து நான் அப்புறமா பண்றேன். Okay, I will pay later. Then he's getting the things, and if his payment is due, the organization, the concerned party, they will send the letter. That is called collection letter. Then claims, complaints, and adjustment letters. Suppose you purchased a product and there are some complaints about the product, then you send a letter for that. Okay. Then earlier we discussed circular letters. You have to send a particular message to large number of people. Circular letters. Then sales letters. So you have to speak to your clients to sell a product, so you send the sales letters. Okay. Then follow up letters. Follow up letters na, so follow பண்றதுக்கு நம்ம ஒரு விஷயம் கொடுத்திருக்காங்க. Okay, so how is this product, how was your experience? Okay, after sales service. Okay, after sales service சொல்லுவோம் இல்லையா, for some products they will provide after sales service. So in the same way, after the sales they will send a letter to the customer checking whether they are satisfied with the product or not. Okay, so in the same way they also send letters to the clients to sell a new product. Okay, then sales letters, follow up letters. Then banking letters. Banking letters regarding various banking services. Now you will be receiving SMS from various banks regarding the services. Some banks even they send letters to their customers, banking letters. Then insurance letters, it is between insurer and an insured. Okay, insurer is the insurance agency and insured is the person who is getting insurance. Okay, then agency letters, that means between the principal and the agent. Okay,
Hello. Hello, ma'am. Hello. Hello, ma'am.
And yeah, tell me. Letters with clearing and any clarification, any doubts?
No, nothing, ma'am. You were just inaudible in between. That's it. You please
Oh,
continue, ma'am.
yeah, sure. So letters with clearing and forwarding agents. So while shipping the goods, some letters, some communication between the clearing and forwarding agents, it happens. That is the letters with clearing and forwarding agents. Then secretarial correspondence. During the company meetings, company secretary, they take down the minutes or and they prepare the resolutions during the meeting. Okay, and they present to the chairman of the meeting and get the approval. Secretarial correspondence. Then official correspondence and public relations. So this is done to maintain good relations or to maintain cordial relationship between with the other organization. 17th one is memorandum. In short, it is called memo. Okay, so you have to pass some information, or a person has committed some mistake, or a warning is provided. Okay, so that is also called memo. Hello. Can you please? Okay, how about others? Others can hear.
It's audible, audible.
It's not. It's audible, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. And the last one is correspondence with the government. Okay, maybe the companies may correspond with the state government, central government. Okay, that is called correspondence with government. Okay. Hope we can conclude today. We may continue tomorrow because it's time. Okay, 3 to 4. We may continue tomorrow. Okay. So again, tomorrow we will be
Yes.
continuing regarding letters, because the next units, unit 3, 4, 5, all the, because I have, can you please,
மேம் இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் கொஸ்டின்ஸ் ஏதாவது சொல்ல முடியுங்களா?
which one?
இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் கொஸ்டின்ஸ் ஏதாவது சொல்ல முடியுங்களா?
Important questions, நாளைக்கு சொல்லட்டுமா? நான் certain portions முடிச்சதுக்கு அப்புறம் I will tell you the important questions. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
So
Okay,
hope
ma'am.
you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Hope you all are clear with the
Okay, ma'am.
content provided today. Okay.
Ma'am, are you sharing your email ID today or tomorrow?
Yeah, definitely. I'll type it in the chat box. Okay. You may please take it.
Chat box
Yeah,
is
just.
disabled, ma'am. Chat box is
Thank you,
disabled.
ma'am.
It's not available, ma'am.
Okay. So then I'll do one thing. Tomorrow I'll put it in my slide and I'll show you so that you may take it.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. So hope you have taken
Okay,
these
ma'am.
screenshots and you may please go through the portions which I have handled today. Okay.
Okay,
Okay,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you,
you so
ma'am.
much, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Can I know is the class is over?
I think it is finished for today.
Can you say again? I can't clear it. The class is over?
Yes, yes.